So, you may notice we're on a bit of a darkened screen at the moment. That's because I've got the view paused while I give this explanation, because otherwise getting this intro to pop up would have taken extra time and been kind of annoying. So, this is Torneko The Last Hope. You may recognize the name Torneko, and it may look very familiar on the screen, because it is the same Torneko from Dragon Quest, I believe it was 4, that had multiple more or less main characters, and Torneko was one of them, with a merchant side game attached to that. This is made by Chunsoft, who you may recognize from making things like Shiren the Wanderer. Their work later is Spike Chunsoft, once they got merged. Making all kinds of various mystery dungeon games, because you can credit them with a lot of things attached to that name. Including, which I only learned a few minutes ago, multiple Torneko games. I actually thought that this was the only one, but there's actually apparently a Super Nintendo one, and I think at least one on the DS, I think it was, and as well as a different version of this one on the Game Boy Advance, which I found interesting. Now, this may not be the only game played today. I do want to point that out. If this kind of stales out as we go, I have multiple PS1 games lined up for today, in case this doesn't hold me the whole time. Because, you know, mystery dungeon games are fun, but sometimes they get a little stuck. So, we may not stay on this the whole time. For those that were not keeping any attention on Blue Sky, the reason why we're playing a PS1 game today is I decided to have a bit of fun with the audience over there. I tossed out the idea of, okay, you guys pick the system for tomorrow, this being yesterday. And we actually almost had a perfect tie between Saturn, PS1, and Genesis, actually. And I just asked around to a few other people, like, okay, what do you want? And it was a basically overwhelming majority that said PS1. So I fished through everything I had, pulled this out. Like, okay, we'll do that. But I also found a couple other things that I'm like, I want to do that too. So we'll either do them all, or we'll do them as the feel hits. And without further ado, let's get the intro rolling, because it's actually a pretty nice intro. Behold, Club. He's got some real intent behind those eyes with that club. There's your proof that it is attached to Dragon Warrior, which later becomes Dragon Quest. This is just a really interesting way to go about designing your cutscene, especially in this era. I want to call it claymation. I'm not really sure if that's entirely accurate, because it also kind of shifts out of that and then back into that. It's weird. It's a really weird intro, but I kind of dig it. Nothing's ever that simple. Nothing's ever peaceful for long. And back on that cliff again. Having malicious thoughts with that club again. Now he's in a cave. Oh no. You can tell they spend a good bit of time making these, so they reused them a few times throughout this. That seems less than ideal. Oh, you know what? That's even worse. He really is just having no luck, huh? Oh, there's the rest of those clowns. Let's go this way instead. That seems like a better idea. Never mind. Maybe that wasn't a better idea at all. You can totally make that jump, right? I'm sure it's fine. Don't exactly have other choices. You know, I'm impressed with the gravity defying there. So yeah, that's your introduction to Torneko The Last Hope. As you can see, we have a great hero to work with here. Nothing could possibly go wrong with this. Now, I did turn the volume up on the setup here. I'm not convinced that it's loud enough still. I'm gonna go ahead and push it a little more. I'm gonna need to remember that I did that when we get to the next one. Whatever the next one happens to be. Because otherwise, everyone's ears, my own included, are going to get obliterated. But, you know, gotta make sure everything's audible. Because I did audio balance this, but it sounded fine in my ears, and I'm just looking at how low it is on the meters and just going, we can do better. We'll just leave the names. I have no need to fiddle around with that. Torneko is Torneko. He is the only reason this village is intact, so may as well keep his name. This isn't good. That truly is the joy chest. I fear the worst. And off he goes. That seems like a good sign. Papa, welcome home, Papa. Mama, Papa's home. Welcome home, dear. I hope things weren't too hard for you today. Papa, will you play with me, Papa, please? Yeah, sure, kid, why not? Yay, you're great, Papa. Hey, a little while ago, an old man came by, isn't that right, Mama? Oh, yes, there was something, dear. You'll see. And now, flashback to that happening. Good lady. Yes? May I help you? This chest, where did you get it? Why is it here? My husband brought it back from the magic dungeon. What? The magic dungeon, you say? Some magic about it, anyway. Yes, we've been running our shop in this village. About half a year ago, we were given permission by His Majesty the King, and... Good lady, may I open this chest? Yes, be my guest. We built this joy chamber so that anyone could see it. Oh, this really is the joy chest. Good lady, pray tell, are you happy? That's a hell of a question to just suddenly ask someone. Pardon? Yes, of course. Not just me, but everyone hearing this song claims that it makes them happy. Just as I feared. This is not good. People being happy, this ruins everything. We can't have that. Pardon? This is your husband in. He's out working now. I see. Then I'd best return. I will return later. Old man out. Good lady. Yes? Yes, what do you want of us? Tell your husband this. The seal of evil can be overcome only by those hearing the voice of elemental spirits. Pardon me? The fuck you on about, old man? We shall meet again. Huh. Goddamn senile old man. Dear, I'm afraid there's something wrong. There's big trouble. Torneko, something's gone terribly wrong. Monsters have appeared in the Eastern Field. Eastern Field? The one that leads to the castle? Exactly. I was picking mushrooms when I saw a strangely large mushroom. So I went to take a closer look. No, it can't be. It was a monster? Exactly. Not only that, the field itself seems to have changed in a strange way. Torneko, you want to know what I think? As if it turned into a magic dungeon? Exactly. That's what I was just about to say. Kind of weird that Torneko doesn't say anything, but you know what? At least you two are here to talk for him. Why do I think so? You'll see what I mean if you go see it for yourself. It's hard to believe what's happened to the Eastern Field. Don't you think it'd be best if His Majesty were told? Maybe you'll learn something. But you're the only one who can get through the magic dungeon in the castle. Exactly, I think so too. Torneko should have no problem getting to the castle. And we're just gonna send him off to do it by himself. God forbid we send anybody with him. Papa, don't give up. And then suddenly we're in a weird field. Or in this case, odd field. Make your way to the stairs. If you run into a monster, face it and attack it with the X button. Press the circle button in a direction to walk fast. Punch the slime. You know what, that balances out. We missed and then we crit. I'll take that. Yeah, anybody who's played like a Shiren the Wanderer game or anything like that, or even the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games, will be immediately familiar with all of this. It all works functionally the same. You know, streamer curse is really kicking in here, I gotta tell you. Because when I ran a quick test and ran through this dungeon, I never missed a single swing. Second the recording's on, miss. Just incredible. Punch the slime. Punch the slime. Now, we do have whatever this is. Big. Fully relieves hunger. I think it's like a big piece of bread or something. Yeah, because you have the belly mechanic. Because hunger is actually important. If you start starving, you start losing health. And you're gonna have a bad day. The sword and shield numbers are exactly what you'd expect them to be. That's your attack and defense, essentially. This is something I appreciate with this game. We picked up a Thunder Staff, and now it actually tells you what it's for. Wave this to inflict damage on an enemy that's far away. Face the target by pressing the square button and a directional button, then wave. And you'll notice we are regenerating health, because that's kind of what the trade-off for using your hunger is. There we go. And of course the typical Dragon Warrior, Dragon Quest level up noise. You gotta have that. You can't not have that in one of these. It's kind of funny that I ended up settling on this game immediately, is I was initially actually going to do Chocobo Dungeon 2. That was actually the first Mystery Dungeon style game I ever played. Okay, we already were told about stabs. You don't need to tell me again, game. It's okay. That's the downside to the way it tells you those things, is you will get bogged down with how many times they tell you what something does. Like, it's a blessing and a curse. Ooh, a sword. Oh no, a club. Works the same as sword, though. You can also throw things if you need to. Now we have club +2, which gives us a sword value of 4. That's actually pretty good, then. It has a base value of 2, then, I presume. Oh, yeah. Right, the Joy Plant makes you gain a free level. Let's hang on to that for now, because I don't know how far away from our next level we are. Probably not that close, but the higher levels definitely are going to take more. Copper sword. Is that better? By 1 it is. Okay, we'll keep that then. I appreciate that it actually models the different weapons. That was a bad gopher. And he has experienced the penalty of being stabbed in the face. Yeah, I've had a deep interest in Mystery Dungeon style games for the longest time. I've just never been able to stick to them. Is that they have obviously very heavy connection with more traditional roguelikes, which y'all know I do enjoy, but similar case of I fall out of them over time, is that they simply run into the same problem of, after a certain point, you end up with just this gap where not enough changes. At least for me. But they are just such an interesting genre of game. Like, I almost actually was going to do Fatal Labyrinth today, because if Genesis won, that's a Genesis game. Now, Fatal Labyrinth is a bastard. That game is a bastard and a half. But it's an interesting little bastard. So it would have at least been worth showing that off. Because that definitely leans very heavily into the... You don't know what anything does, you gotta figure it out by doing style that these kind of dance between, compared to much more traditional roguelikes. Where you have a basic idea what something is. Oh hey, it's a bottle that has stuff in it. Drink it and find out what happens, or throw it at something to see if it does something bad to it instead. Yeah, this dungeon is not very long as well. We'll be out of here in a few minutes, even with me going and checking every nook and cranny, because we're gonna want resources. Now, just like any other mystery dungeon game, it's important to note I'm not gonna be able to hang on to any of this stuff. After we finish this dungeon, we will be set back to level 1 and all of our stuff will be gone. There we go, level 4, and there's another club. We can see if that's a higher rank club. We also have a lot of thunder stabs now. That's a club +1. Not worth it. I thought it was set in stone that you get a weapon and a shield immediately, because that's what I got in testing. Turns out, no. A shield is not guaranteed in any way, shape, or form. No, the gopher got a hit off on me because I was impatient and walked towards him. But yeah, to run through the main ideas here for those who may have never seen a game of this type, things only move when you move, as demonstrated there by me attacking the air and the slug moving towards me. We already talked about hunger, which we're actually getting kind of hungry now, but we're basically out of here. So I'm not going to worry about the hunger problem. Yeah, there's waiting, which in this case you do with circle and X together. That'll let you regenerate health. There's our next exit right there, which is surprisingly close. Another club. Yeah, an important thing to keep in mind is buttons, in this case like square, that let you rotate in place. Rotating doesn't take a turn. But it's important to angle yourself to face your opponent, because as you saw there, swinging at the air accomplishes nothing and just gets you hit. So you want to be mindful of that. Yeah, now we're getting hungry, so that's going to be a bit of an issue. Realistically, I should just leave. We're not going to gain that much by pissing about in here any further. Ooh, that was massive overkill with that crit. Let's just go ahead and get out of here. Because I'm pretty sure the third floor is the last floor of this one. Yep. And we're out. Tutorial dungeon is very simple. Ah, Torneko, is something the matter? What? You say the Western Field has turned into a magic dungeon? Well, no, my lord, I said Eastern Field. That's where we just came from. No, it must be the Western one. It's to the west of me, therefore it's the Western Field. How good of you to bring me that news. You have my thanks. It's almost like my front lawn is infested with monsters now or something. I must admit, there's something that worries me. In the past, monsters never appeared outside of dungeons. They were very convenient that way. But for some reason, they began unappearing where people live. I sent the prince to the city in the west to investigate this, but I've not heard back from him. Or was it the east? Maybe that's why we can't find him. We went the wrong way. He'll show up again eventually. Fortunately, there have been no serious incidents yet. Torneko, if you find out anything, do let me know. It's like you're the only one who can get anything done around here. So yeah, as you can see, we're back to level 1. We do actually still have the items. at the moment. Many soldiers have been sent out to investigate the appearance of monsters, but we're completely mystified. Useless. The Western City, where the prince was headed, is home to many scholars. We hope that the prince will be able to find some clues. I'm not going to talk to all the guards, they don't have anything meaningful to say. This guy will tell you about status effects, but we're not going to worry about that either. There's only so much flavor we're going to get out of this. You see, so His Majesty did know something was wrong. It's almost like he could tell there was slimes banging on his door too, or something. Huh, weird. I heard that the monsters are even more ferocious than before. Please be careful, dear. Oh yes, while you were at the castle, our old storehouse collapsed. I asked Ed the carpenter to repair it, but he says it'll take a while. I sold the items you brought back from the field. Here's the money we earned. We got 2,407 gold. Mom! Papa, you're home early. Papa, what are those books on the counter again? Look, I'm talking about the 3 books on the counter in the next room. The book on the left is the 10 Rules of Adventure that His Majesty gave Papa before. In the middle is the journal. That's where Papa keeps a record of his adventures. And the book on the right is Papa's adventure memo. Pablo always gets them mixed up. But Mama, you're the one who asked. Oh goodness, look at the time. You must be tired, both of you. Come on, it's time we went to bed. Ah, monsters. I invested in a mansion, but it's infested with monsters. No, 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 no. What am I to do? Go bankrupt? Someone was making a lot of noise outside this morning. That woke me up. I'm still sleepy. That voice was the banker. He recently bought the mansion in the square to open the bank. Why would you buy a mansion to open a bank? I guess it's big enough, but wouldn't you have to tear down some of the extra rooms in order to make room for... what do I know? Dear, why don't you see what's the matter with him? Aside from everything. I'm gonna go play in the square. You just said there's monsters there, but I'm going anyway. Bye. Okay, dear. Good luck. Welp. Yo, boss, it's been a while. I, Ed of Edmundo Carpentry Company, am here to personally repair your storehouse. What's that? You're wondering where my partner Mundo is? You see, he's gone home to the Western City on a job. But don't you worry about a thing now. A job this size is a breeze for even just me alone. You just keep believing that there, bud. This is the storehouse, by the way, that totally is collapsed, even though everything outside looks perfectly fine. Don't worry, everything inside it's dead somehow. Just, you know, don't think too hard about it. We best go figure out what's going on, because I'm sure we're not going to get any peace until we go sort out everything ourselves. Get a load of this guy. What's with the, like, retort-shaped helmet he's got here? I've roamed the world in search of the Joy Chest. I came to this village upon hearing rumors that the Joy Chest has already been discovered. Wasted my fucking time, man. I'm not even going to acknowledge this one. I acquired this mansion to start a bank. But monsters have made it their lair. Worse still, the monsters robbed me of the safe holding all my operating capital. Of all the rotten luck. Why were you... I mean, did you have the safe installed here and then they took it? Or were you somehow carrying the safe? Do I even need to know the answer to this question? I guess not. Kind sir, though I have no idea who you are, could you retrieve my safe? This totally isn't a great way to get myself robbed again, or anything. Pardon me, you will? Oh, please, I would be indebted to you. I'm fool enough to trust you. No, this cannot be. It's already spread to here. Huh, how'd he get in there? Who was that person? I thought it was a monster. I'm getting more worried by the second. Please hurry. Yeah, sure. neat 3D effect in here. Or with the rafters above us. The mansion dungeon, level 1. Definitely an emphasis on dungeon. The way the outside of that place looked, I would have expected more of the interior to be wood. Silver arrows, okay, and an herb. We don't know what kind of herb, but it's an herb. Actually, do we know what kind of herb this is? Oh, it's a health herb, okay. The ghost. Remember, everyone, if you're ever confronted with a ghost, punch it in the face. That never fails. Except when it does. I don't know why it's just kind of dancing around us, but I'll take it. I think they're just not ready for somebody to just man up and punch them in the face. Ooh, cheating. I can't hit him when he's in the wall. Which makes sense. Ow. We're slightly in trouble here. Because this one actually knows to attack. There we go. It's a bat. And it's dead. Well, never mind. Another herb. Slime. Punch it in the face. You know, with how all these monsters are being defeated just by being punched, I really question how the regular townsfolk aren't handling this themselves. Like, sure, maybe they may not be the best with weapons, or they may not have the greatest constitution. But look at this man. He's just a merchant, and yet he's taken it upon himself to become a hero. There we go, level 3. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe the average common folk don't have an XP bar. Maybe that's the problem. They can't level up, therefore they can't win fights. Getting a lot of arrows. No bow. The next time we're not next to one of these things, I'm gonna try throwing the arrows at them and see if something good happens. But as you can probably tell by the fact that we're leveling up pretty quickly, this area is obviously stronger. Okay, so they've got like 6 or 7 hit points, because weren't we punching the phantoms for 6 and they were living? I want to say that's true. Can't guarantee that, of course. There might be some variation there. But we're done with this floor. Money! That's actually a decent amount of money, too. Okay, line it up. Oh, he just has a bow. Huh. And those arrows are piercing. Understood. Now wait a damn minute, though. If he can take a bow with him, why couldn't we take a stick or something for physical combat? I don't understand. Something about this doesn't add up. Or does the arrow just come with a bow? Don't understand. I'll take it, but I don't understand. Level 4. The piercing on these is disgustingly good. Hey, a shield finally. There we go. We now have 2 shield. But you'll notice there's no armor value per se, there's just shield. So I presume that we only can have a weapon and a shield. We can't, like, actually wear proper armor. Ow. Rude Draki. Die. This is unnecessary. But I want to see what the difference is. Doesn't look like those pierce, because you saw the silver arrow physically pass through them, whereas the iron arrow stopped, or at least it looked like it did. So I think that might be the difference between those 2 arrows. The iron arrows hit harder, but silver arrows pierce. So we'll need to keep that in mind, if that remains true. Oh good, a weapon, finally. This is when it's a cursed club of do no damage. No, it's just club. Which, you know, close enough to being cursed. But I'll take it at least. It's better than nothing. Debatably. Sprite work in this is also not half bad. I feel like on the PS1 they might have been able to fit more, but it depends on how long they made the game, too. Is this a better shield than the other one? It is! We have 3 shield now! Look at us go! Unstoppable. Saw you. Well, he had no interest in pursuing me, I guess. We'll take those. I was pursuing the bat, but he ran away. And instead the Phantom came back and got his head caved in. Who knew that a club was more effective than punching things? So what is a club but an extended punch, I suppose, right? That's how that works. I seem to have made a horrific error. Because I seem to be surrounded suddenly. Joke's on them, though. They were trapped in with me. Now, I do appreciate the map being in the middle of the screen here, up until the point where I realize it's slightly an eyesore for it to be there constantly. But, you know, I'd rather have it there than not there, even though it doesn't look that great. Because this way I don't start questioning, oh, have I been over here already or not? Because we all know that that'd be very easy to have happen. Like, oh yeah, I haven't been over here. All these tunnels look the same anyway. Walks back and forth between the same 2 tunnels 13 times. Passes out from hunger. That is kind of what the hunger system's there for, I think, is to keep you from just dawdling around ad infinitum. Ooh. A Hear All scroll. Notice how it doesn't tell us what that does, but we can kind of assume. Identifies the locations of monsters on the floor. Okay. The hell? Where'd he go? There he is. He's just real fast. He also doesn't seem particularly interested in fighting. He's sleeping. Whack! The brunny. I think those are normally called brownies, but they ended up brunnies here. I don't know why. I mean, brun, I think, is brown in other languages, so... Lilipa. I feel like some of these names are messed up. Like, some of them are correct, from what I remember from other Dragon Quests. So maybe they just changed over time, too. Because this would be based on relatively early Dragon Quest, so... Ow, he hits hard. Okay, don't let them charge up and actually get a swing off. They will cause great pain. I don't think I can catch these guys to hit them, so... Hello, rat. Okay. What if I just keep shooting you? Is shooting not taking a turn? Or are they stupid? They're worth a lot of experience. Okay, I moved and he still stands there, so I think he might just be slightly stupid. He has just accepted his death. And honestly, that's fine by me. I got plenty of arrows. And I could certainly use the free experience. There we go. I'm assuming if I equip them, I probably could just repeatedly shoot, but I would lose the benefit of having the club ready to go. And these menus are quick enough to get through, so I'll probably continue to just keep menuing to use the arrows and then protect myself with the club at need. So I'm invariably gonna keep bumbling into monsters face to face. Okay, that's the same pathway there. I wanted to make sure there wasn't a room in between. Answer to that question was very clearly no. I'm assuming life herbs are probably just stronger or healing plants. I did not expect to one-shot that mummy. But we did get a crit, so I suppose that makes sense at that point. Oh, nothing left to do here unless I want to really go walking all the way around to that upper right door, and I don't care that much. This is a much bigger dungeon. Then again, it is a mansion, so at that point it starts to make sense. Level 7. We're also pretty well leveled. Like, we're 2 ahead of the floor we're on, so I'm assuming that's good. Some more iron arrows, another herb. We also have so many healing items right now. Okay, mummies do hit decently hard. I think they've probably got like 12 hit points. Because 11 didn't kill it, but 16 did. So obviously their health is somewhere in between. Oh, that one ran. Yep, he's just out of here. Put one arrow in his ass and he's like, nah, bro, I ain't about that, I'm out. Want nothing to do with this. Or you came back for more. I'm not gonna judge, but I'm gonna still shoot you. On that note, why don't I shoot this thing instead of letting it clobber me? Oh wait, we can have the arrow and the club equipped at the same time. Oh, I found a dedicated diagonal button. Aha! L1 shoots automatically. Aha! I have figured it out. It's almost like if I checked my basic inputs before, I would have figured this out. Oh well. We're here. Because you can just manually press diagonally in order to go diagonal, so I didn't even think to look for like an automatic diagonal whole thing. That is very useful to have. That's actually like a big mechanic to have in this type of game, because your diagonals can easily screw you so badly otherwise. I've just gotten used to just pushing my luck with that idea. I don't like these corners blocking my attacks. That's gonna keep messing with me. There we go, level 8. Just keep raising that HP pool. And I think it's making us do more damage even though our sword value hasn't changed, because I think... No, because we're still at strength 8 of 8. And I don't know if that actually is strength or what it means. A strange voice calls out from somewhere on this floor. Hee, this safe, it's mine! Good for you. Okay, so the mummy has more like 15 health then. Because it died to 16, but it didn't die to 14. We're getting hungry. How hungry is hungry? 20 out of 100. Going to eat the big bread then. There we go. Fully full. I probably could have pushed it longer, because I'm betting that the big is probably a full fill. Which, that's a awful sentence, but you get the point of what I'm trying to say by saying that. There we go. Hey. No, that's my trick. See, I did it better. And that Lilliput died off screen. As it should for its insolence. Oh, okay, these things do attack. And they actually hit really hard. I don't know why all the other ones kept running away then. If they just stood and fought, I probably would have been dead by now. Nothing over there. Now, a wiser man would have spent some of that time just hanging out and letting his health regenerate. Because that is actually a very important move in this type of game. Is to keep your health in good order. Hee, what? Who are you? Aha! You came to steal my beloved safe from me. You're a bad guy. No mercy for you. Bonk. Bonk. Huh. That's it, huh? 2 hits? Well, thank you. Torneko obtained the banker's safe. Last results 2 times. From deep in the mansion dungeon, succeeded and returned safely. And a minute. No, the slime, he fell. Around he goes some more. Ah, that's it. That's my safe. Thank you so much. Now I can go about opening my bank in the village. Now if you'll excuse me, I must get on with preparing the bank's opening. Did taking the safe back really solve the problem? I don't feel like we got rid of all the monsters. There still was a lot of them running around in there. Maybe he'll put them on the bank staff. Oh, another job well done. Good work, dear. Oh, hey, now there's a statue of the demonite we took out in here. Hey, Papa. Papa, tell me, was there a lot of monsters in that mansion? I mean, there was a few. I guess you could say it was a lot. Wow, really? We'll be okay because you're here, Papa. Oh, Paulo. Oh yeah, that old man came by again today. Oh, is that right? Yep, he stared at the joy chest for a while, then he suddenly left. I'm worried. Do you think it's alright? No, something's fucked up with that. It's true, it never hurts to err on the side of caution. I'm hungry. Oh yes, sorry, we should eat. I'll get dinner ready. Why don't you rest up, dear? I mean, I did just eat this giant slab of bread, but you know, I could always use more food. Yes, His Majesty finally granted me permission to go to the castle's basement. I'm gonna get me the sacred flame so I can become the world's greatest blacksmith. Woo! Something about that doesn't quite add up either. Yep, there it is. There's reality. I got my safe back, but the mansion's still unusable because of all the monsters. I may be able to cut my losses and go back to the western city. Oh, what's this? This shed. I know what I can do. Oh, he's gonna steal the warehouse and turn it into a bank. Somebody was shouting outside this morning again. It woke me up. I'm still sleepy. Shouting this morning sounded happy, though. Oh? He really did just post up in front of our warehouse. Oh, good morning. Hi, what are you doing? I'm sorry. The mansion I bought, it's still overrun by monsters. Thank you so much for getting my safe out of there yesterday. I know I'm imposing on your kindness, but please, may I open a bank here? I mean, you kind of already more or less did it by blocking off my door here. Oh, that would be convenient. That would make me happy, but... I don't like this idea. But at the very least, maybe he'll just manage my storehouse for me, and then that saves us work. Sure. No, thank you so much. Now, welcome to my bank. How may I serve you today? Wow, the banker's really quick to recover. Now, welcome to my bank. How may I serve you? We'll go ahead and deposit our money. You'll deposit how much? Money held 5,999. Yeah. Thank you. May I help you with anything else? Nope, you just hang on to that. Fine. I will look forward to your next visit. I'm gonna play in the square. Okay. You do you, kid. Oh yes, that person in the morning was yelling something about the castle's basement. What on earth could that be about? You know, we should probably go investigate that. Think about it for a moment. Joy Chest has been affecting people and making at least it seemingly pay off that they're getting what they wanted. We don't know if it's actually giving them what they want or any of that yet. But what if it convinced that guy that he's allowed to go into the Sacred Flame room in order to get the guards and such distracted that something can happen to said Sacred Flame? Just a thought. Just a thought. Yeah, we're gonna have to go back through the odd field to get to the castle. Interesting that we have to do this dungeon again. But maybe it'll be more dangerous this time since it's not tutorial mode anymore. Oh, I got some more bread. I assume we started with a large bread again. They're already putting up more of a fight. Not by much. Bang. Read this to inflict major damage on all monsters in the room. You know what? I can work with that. Walk away from the corner so they don't get free hits on me. There we go, level 2. We should be fine now. Another bang. There we go. No more slime. You know, it really does feel kind of odd that the slime became such a mascot for Dragon Quest when you spend your whole time beating them up. There we go, shield 6. Not bad, not bad. Like, I don't know what it says when you make your IP's mascot the punching bag of the series. But I suppose that does happen a few times, doesn't it? Like, I can't think of other examples immediately off the top of my head, but I do know that that's happened a few times. And maybe that's the thing. Maybe it's the fact that they were already comic relief punching bags. Okay, they're teaching us about what we already figured out with moving diagonally. But yeah, the comic relief punching bags tend to be what a lot of the audience ends up picking up and remembering. Because, you know, that's what makes people laugh. So maybe that's how they end up becoming the mascot, not because they decided that's what they wanted. Oh, we have an herb that makes me breathe fire. Neat. That seems safe. Okay, it looks like it is at least loud enough to be audible. I didn't push it super high because invariably something will end up being loud. Even if it's the next game that ends up being what's very loud. So let's see what we find around the next bend. Answer? Nothing. How about down here? Sleeping gopher. Punch him in the face. It's interesting to think about how companies progress over time as well. So I wonder to a certain degree where the idea for these games in particular came from to begin with. It may be out there as information that people could look up somewhere. I just never happened to look it up. But I just wonder where these things spawn from. Because even Sure in the Wanderer as a series existed back on, like, the Super Nintendo. Except you didn't actually get it over here. I believe it was a Japanese-only game. So I seem to recall seeing a translated version going around. But I also may be muddling that in my memory, and it might not actually be a thing. I don't know. I just remember... I swear I tried a translated Sharing the Wanderer game on the Super Nintendo, but maybe I'm mixing things up. I didn't read what that said. Music's changed though. I wonder if it was warning me about something and that's why the music's different. And I just didn't read it, so now I have no idea. You know, I will say, we've not seen that many traps. Slightly better shield. We are just the master of defense. No offense, just defense. Okay, game, you can stop giving me shields anytime. Shields and scrolls, and scrolls and shields, and scrolls and shields, and shields and scrolls. It's all we have. That slime was actually hidden behind the map. I glanced around and missed the fact that he was there because he blended in. I will admit, like, half of that is just the fact that I was not paying attention. Yep. The move fast in this feels a little weird, because you basically seem to auto go until you hit something or see something. But you can only go in a straight line. Which is not uncommon for this genre of game, as far as your speed movement goes. But it means I probably will just never really use it. Getting hungry. There's another goddamn shield. Okay, that's just a leather shield. Oh, fun fact about the controls for this, for those that may not have realized. Moving with the D-pad is also advancing the text, so that's why sometimes I end up advancing the text accidentally, is I'm just constantly moving along, and then every now and then a text box pops up while I'm still moving, so we lose the initial text box immediately. Oh, we made it to the castle. See if anything weird's going on here. Ah, Torneko, I'm in a bit of a mind. That young man there, he won me over with his enthusiasm, so I gave him my permission to obtain the sacred flame. Even in my wildest dreams, I never thought the castle's basement would become a magic dungeon. Yep, that's unfortunate. The young man wishes to obtain the sacred flame so that he may become the greatest blacksmith. How admirable. Yeah. Unfortunately, the basement has turned into a magic dungeon. You're gonna expect me to fix that, aren't you? His Majesty has been desperately hiding his anger over the monster invasion. After all, even the castle's sacred basement has turned into a magic dungeon. Just thinking about His Majesty's feelings leaves me furious. Ah. Well then do something. You and all of these heavily armored and armed guards are just standing around here, doing fuck all. Meanwhile, here I come, random merchant hero man walks in, and you immediately put all responsibility upon me. I'm gonna charge you through the nose for this. I just want you to know that. You specifically. Not even the king. Not even this old man over here. You specifically. Because I can. Darn it. Just as I finally got His Majesty's permission. A monster-infested dungeon. No, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna become the world's greatest blacksmith. Okay, let's go. He's gonna get killed. God damn. Yeah, that didn't go well. Darn it, I'm far too weak to stand a chance. Yeah, you stay here. Oh, or you're gonna block the door. You'll get the sacred flame for me? That's excellent. The sacred flame's on the 7th floor. I'm counting on you. How did you know it's on the 7th floor? Ah, okay. We have to get rid of our items first. Well, how do I sell my items while I'm here? I guess I'll have to throw them away while I'm here, huh? Unless you'll take them. that's just obnoxious. Any of you want stuff? Torneko, I'm a coward. I'm so frightened of monsters, I haven't gone home from the castle for a long time. I haven't had a bath either. Do I smell? Yes. Not only do you smell, but you also smell like a bitch. I just want you to know that. By the way, Torneko, did you say that you saw a suspicious old man at the village mansion? Yup. Just as I thought, only days ago the old man was seen loitering near the castle. The old man must have been casting sinister spells, that's what I think. Also, if you talk to that particular guard after the initial trip out, I do believe he says is something to that tune about the old man being seen around in the town as well. Okay, you're the status effect guy now. After all the effort to obtain His Majesty's blessing, I feel sorry for the young man. If the staff's usage points drop to 0, hurl it at a monster. If it hits, it will have the same effect as waving it. Your Majesty, do you want to buy some shit? No. You just want to complain about the same thing you just talked about. God damn it, I mashed too hard. All of you have nothing to say, right? Okay. Okay, he does say something else. I didn't read it because I'm like, he's just gonna say the same line, apparently. Yeah, you know, it really does beg the question of what the hell's the point to y'all being guards if you can't do anything about this problem. I would... Maybe this entire castle will become a magic dungeon. Ugh. Oh, I shook much harder than I normally do. You shake normally? The heck? What kind of hiring process does this place have for guards that these guys are such a bunch of weaklings? The young man who was wandering in the cemetery while dressed as a chef, he's supposedly a baker. But what business does a baker have in a graveyard? This too must be because of the magic dungeons. What? I'm gonna have to sit here and throw away all of this stuff because I can't find a way to sell it here. Well, time for depression, throwing away everything, cause you can't take things into a mystery dungeon. Okay, we now have no items. In we go. Maybe you're able to skip the odd field now or something, but I can't be bothered. What if this is all an elaborate scheme to send me to the dungeons? Like, you know, we don't know how else to deal with this all-powerful merchant hero. What if we trick him into going into the basement, and then we lock him up? Won't he just punch the fence down? I mean, maybe, but we may as well try. Oh no, it's a spooky. Ow. Spooky actually hurts a lot. Stop it. At least it was worth a level. We are a little in danger here. Sleep is probably going to be useful. I may want to stop being so reckless now. This seems to be an actual serious dungeon instead of the slap on the wrist that the last two places were. They're actually trying to kill us now. Oh, somewhat trying to kill us anyway. There are some dangerous things in here, and then there's everything else. Every time I see these darkened bits of floor, I keep thinking I'm gonna fall through them. Since they're, you know, just convenient squares like this every time. Really? All of that just to end up having to walk all the way back. Which we knew that the stairs were there. But I was kind of hoping it would, like, connect or something. Why I thought that, I don't know. Okay, so those only have a couple hit points, but they hit really hard. Maybe it's not as bad as I thought, then. Okay, maybe they were only really dangerous because we were level 1, because they didn't even hit that hard that time. Or did we get crit and I didn't process that? Hard to say. Either way, we're flying along at the moment. We're in our 3rd dungeon, and I've not really felt like I was in grave danger aside from when we first walked in here. Immediately upon entering here, I felt like I could die, and then I stopped feeling like I could die anymore. Boy, oh beer, boy, would I love to find some gear, though. I almost ended up saying boy, oh beer, because I knew the sentence was going into the word gear, and brain skipped ahead. The do-do-do-do-do acapella that's going on back in the back of this song is definitely a thing. This song reminds me of something specific, actually, and I can't quite put my finger on it. I've genuinely just, like, I've heard this before, or at least something close enough to it. But I don't know why. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if all the songs in this are probably reused from some of the earlier Dragon Quest games. But I wouldn't know those that well off the top of my head anyway, because I didn't play all of them. You know, I don't know how to feel about the way this inventory is laid out right now. Sleep, panic, panic, sleep. Really just seems like a full day to me. We're halfway through this dungeon and I haven't even seen a weapon or a shield. At least we're finally getting healing items again. Like, I'd be happy enough if we started, like, seeing arrows all over the place again like we did the first dungeon. At least then I'd have something. Blowback. Get a load of that freak. What does blowback do? Sends a monster flying. That doesn't seem helpful. However, sleep. Trick bag fell asleep. Judging from how many hits it took to kill that, I'm glad I put it to sleep first. Just looking at that just gave me immediate danger vibes, and I was right. Like, you know what? That could probably kill me. Hey, look, there's another one. Go the fuck to sleep. The best part is he also blocked the doorway so the other one couldn't attack me. It's the perfect crime. Except it's not really a crime because it's monsters. But, you know. Double check another thing here. Yeah, everything is working appropriately. I just had a quick moment in my brain of like, I did turn the bot on, right? That's become my new... I turned off the stove. Oh, hey there, Snork. How's it going? Just keep punching monsters. Eventually we will find a weapon. And then we won't have it anymore because we'll finish the dungeon. Well, lots of money, not a lot of anything else. Nice, nice. Glad to hear it. I'm doing fine. Mostly got my head clear today, even though there's definitely some dark clouds above, which makes me expect some bad weather. Just not affecting me currently, and I'll take it. Torneko's getting hungry. We'll worry about that in a minute. Floor 4. I don't know what that's gonna do, but I know what it's not gonna do. Do anything other than be asleep until it's dead. So how hungry is getting hungry? Okay, 18. So when he hits 20, he starts complaining about hunger then. Means we got time left still. Since this is a longer dungeon, I'm gonna wait out the hunger meter a little more before I feed him. We have so many sleep items. Sleep. Demighoul. Dedighoul. Well, this is upsetting. Okay, they're actually not that bad. Except they make more. You know what, though? Infinite experience if I let them just keep making more. Since they weren't that strong. They would wear us down eventually, though, would be the problem. Go ahead and eat the bread now that we're down to 12. There we go. And yeah, that is a perfect 100. I expected as much. Which is why I wanted to push it, but I decided not to push it too far. Oh hey, conveniently, replacement bread. Not as good as the big bread, probably, because it's not big, but I'll take what I can get. And at least now we have a Thunder Staff to deal direct damage to something. Well, we know how strong the Demighoul is, so you go to sleep. Deal with the Demighoul. Okay, good. I mathed that out correctly. Okay, now you go the fuck to sleep to give me a second to heal here. Okay, that heals for a good amount. Let's beat him up as he should be waking up soon. Yeah, that's what I figured. He woke up. We gain a level. And then we take out the Demighoul. Everything worked out perfectly. Pay no mind to the fact that I was walking the ragged edge of disaster there. It'd be great if I could find a damn weapon. That was lucky. Okay, so Derangers aren't super durable. I'm kind of worried that they'll actually derange me like they imply with their name. Anyway, now that there's only one of you, go the fuck to sleep. I don't like it when they say an enemy is pondering instead of attacking. Because that usually means they'll do something awful if they do actually do a move. Oh, he's already asleep. I mean, that still sounds good. But I can understand wanting what you wanted, because, you know, that's what you wanted. Still don't like the idea of fighting these slime knights. I feel like they're gonna hurt. Kaboom! The other one ran away. Oh, nope, there he is. Sleep. I don't know if the blowing them away thing is just knockback, or if it's actually gonna, like, yeet them somewhere. It could go either way. That's why I haven't used the blowback staff yet. I really should test that in a vacuum here. Yeah, you know what? There is that. At least there is an upside. Now let's test this on him. Okay, so it does just do knockback, but it does damage on knockback. So there's that at least. Level 7. Now I need to test something else. Oh yeah, it's a good mix between typical Dragon Quest and its own energy as well. No, we don't need to blast this guy. Disperse. Okay. Wait, this is where the idea comes in. I'll take the hits because I want to know. If I blast an enemy into another enemy, do they both take damage? They do. Well, I know what to do here. Get bullied, nerd. Now I'll throw the stick at you. Aha! 2-for-1 special. To be fair, he stabbed me first. It's only fair I blast him across the room repeatedly at that point. The nerd comment, that might have been extra, but you know what? He's riding around on a slime and he barely can see through his helmet. Well, it wasn't his home to begin with. This used to be the basement of the local castle. They took it over, and now it's my problem somehow. And special attack, okay. Warps a monster away, okay. So really, it's like a double home invasion. They invaded their home, and now I'm invading their home. That wasn't the other person's invaded home. Really, if the king could just live in harmony with these monsters, I wouldn't have had to come down here to do this. Yeah, kind of. I don't think these monsters can invoke squatters' rights. I don't think that's how that would work. Well, don't like this situation. Thankfully, there's a solution. F. There we go. Nice and easy. And I get refunded for my staff usage. Look at that. It's almost like that's exactly what they wanted me to do there. Huh. They can do that too. Today we learned I can just be yeeted across the map. Huh. See, I'm not surprised that that's a thing in this game, since Mystery Dungeon games love warping you around. I didn't think of the fact that they had that spell. I mean, it might be their spell, or they might just have one of those stabs too. Hard to say. Oh, this was a small floor. Oh, be out of here. There might be secret doors that I'm not finding, because I haven't really been looking. There we go. There's the sacred flame we came down here for. To turn someone into the best blacksmith in the world. Because that's supposedly how that will work. And there goes a bot. Yeah, so far, no failures in any of these dungeons, aside from a near miss early on in this one. Let's see if we can keep that streak alive. That's it! There's no doubt about it, that's the sacred flame. Thanks, let me do something for you in return. Why would I say no to that? You're saying that your storehouse lock's broken? Piece of cake, I'll go fix it right away. Oh, that's it? I was kind of hoping for a kick-ass sword, but you know what? I guess I can't take things into the mystery dungeons anyway, so sure. Forgive me, I was just thinking. Did you obtain the sacred flame? Yep, and I gave it away already. You never disappoint me. Torneko, excuse me, but I wish to be alone. The king is traumatized. His basement turned into a demon house. It's kind of a whole thing. Oh, home we go. Good work, dear. for another long day of monster burger killing. Oh no, the castle's basement turned into a magic dungeon? What on earth is going on? And His Majesty, did our king have anything to say to you? Well, a little bit. I love how we just keep getting these statue trophies, and I don't know where they're coming from. They just keep appearing. No one talks about them at all. They just appear, no one discusses it, they're just there now. You see, His Majesty must be really worried. It's not like him to demand to be left alone. Dear, do you have to keep that to yourself? It will only frighten people for no reason, okay? I am home. What are you talking about, Papa? Everything's fine. It's nothing, honey. Aw, that's no fair. I want to know too. You can't keep your mouth shut, kiddo. You don't get to know about this. It's grown-up talk. It doesn't concern you, Paulo, honey. Grown-ups always say that whenever they don't want me to know. Shocking. Shocking that. It's almost like there's a reason you're not supposed to know. Although, weren't you supposed to tell Papa about Ed? Oh yeah, that's right. Papa Ed the carpenter said he could repair the storehouse since its lock was fixed. Why did nobody tell me that the storehouse wasn't fixed because there was a problem with the lock to begin with? The carpenter had literally told us before that it was fine, and now it's not fine, but it's fine again now because it was fixed. Can you all make up your mind? Blacksmith was really fast doing the repairs. Listen, you two, it's late. You can continue your chat once you get in bed. Come on, move it. Now there's the baker walking around the cemetery for inexplicable reasons. I just need to process this sentence for a second. This has to be the most haunted graveyard I've ever visited. There are ghosts everywhere. I'll never get to my mentor's grave the way things are. If only this graveyard wasn't so haunted. It's a graveyard. Graveyards are where dead people are put. What comes out of dead people? Ghosts. What the fuck do you think's gonna be in a graveyard? Oh boy. Oh boy, Snork. I can already... Oh boy. Have you considered that just no one has to face those consequences? Did we just forget that that happened entirely? It was so quiet last night, so I slept really well. I'm still sleepy. Take care, dear. Bye. Boss. I'm done, boss. Storehouse is open for business. Thank you, Ed. That's a job well done. Now I'll be able to store items that you bring back from dungeons. Whenever you return from a dungeon, make sure you keep a record of things you want to keep or sell in the journal. Okay. Interesting. How about the journal is the blue book on the counter. Don't get it mixed up with the other books. Oh, Paulo, isn't it always you that gets the books mixed up? Oh, darn. I hate to break up your quality family time, but, yeah? Well, actually, I haven't really finished with the storehouse. It's like a tornado tore through the storehouse. It's a huge mess in there. I managed to clean it up enough so you could store 20 items in it, but... You really seem to be going through it right now, Snork. I don't know what to tell you on this one. So you're saying you need more time? Yes, and it's not just time I need, but I need more supplies and, Oh yes, you need money for supplies. I'm sorry, how inconsiderate of me, but we... What even... Okay, now you're starting to give me context so I understand what the hell's happening here. Because I had no idea what you were on about for half of that, because I had no idea what the game was that the mistake was attached to begin with, so I had nothing to work with there. Dear, may I have a word with you? Whisper, whisper. Grown-up talk again. Ed, how does this sound? Every time we save up 1,000 in gold, my husband will pay you. With that money, you can buy the supplies you need. You can repair the storehouse and steps. Sure thing, that's what we'll do. It's not like I could do everything all at once anyway. Ah, grown-up talk's so boring. As the kid runs off again. Here, if you ever need to use the storehouse, check it over there. Ignoring the fact that we still have a banker parked out front of it. Would you like to know how to use the storehouse? Nah, I think I can understand it. If the storehouse gets repaired soon, I'll do my best to sell the items you get. Very good. What are you two doing? I heard it. An eerie voice came from the cemetery. I didn't realize that was the complaint department. When everyone's so happy, I can't tell if I'm happy or not. I have nothing to bitch about. You and the monsters take turns moving, have no fear. Check items and changing direction aren't moves. When fleeing, beware of diagonal attacks by monsters. Your HP is restored by walking. If you're in trouble, flee. Check the map to see if monsters are asleep or awake. There's no need to defeat every single monster. If you can't get away, chew a warp herb or throw a misleader herb at a monster. When your HP is full, chewing on an herb or a super herb raises your max HP. That's good information, actually. The Thunder Staff always hits. The Disperse Staff teleports a monster away. The Panic Staff makes a monster dizzy. The Sleep Staff puts the target to sleep. If poison reduces your strength, restore it with an antidote. Take a strength herb only when unpoisoned. That is all. That is somewhat useful, but also mostly not very useful at all. Okay, saving isn't really behaving at the moment, but that's fine. Let's go ahead and sell all these items, because we can't take them with us anyway. I could store them, but I'd rather just sell them at the moment. How do I actually make them sell? There we go. Shing! No, I don't want to know how to use the storehouse. I assumed I was going to talk to you to pay the man, but I guess I'll go find him. Oh, he's over here. Boss Torneko, have you saved up 1,000? You sure did. Here you go. Will do, boss. Like I promised, I'll fix your storehouse. Can I just keep giving you more? Leave the storehouse to me, boss. You concentrate on your exploring. Don't you worry. Okay, hey, banker, take all this. Okay. Yeah, usually those things can kind of be shifted around a bit. Oh, I guess let's go solve the problem in the graveyard, because we heard that there were eerie noises in the graveyard, which means there's probably something wrong here. So you go into dungeons? I used to do a lot of spelunking in my youth. It brings back memories. But enough about the past. Still, if you want, I can tell you all sorts of things. Sure. Tell me about wind. I know what traps are, but what do you mean about wind here? If you stay on the same floor of a dungeon for a long time, a wind starts blowing. The wind becomes increasingly stronger. When it reaches gale force, you'll be blown out of the dungeon. If that happens, you lose every item you're carrying. You should hurry to the next floor before it picks up. Ah, so there's a timer. Gotta keep that in mind, then. Not bad, not bad. Excuse me. Do you find this cemetery spooky, too? No, it's just a bunch of graves. Oh, you're really not spooked? I decided to open a bakery in this village. Don't you feel happy when you eat some delicious bread? I want to sell bread like that. But to do so, I need to get the secret instructions that are engraved on my mentor's grave. Why didn't you do that before? If you knew that these secret instructions were engraved on your mentor's grave, why did you wait till now to come get them? What do I know? But this graveyard, it's not just spooky, it's teeming with ghosts and monsters. Please, could you escort me to my mentor's grave? Oh, I have to bring you with me? Oh, this is gonna be insufferable. Really? Thank you. And there's the old man again. Even here, too. Where in blazes is that Torneko? Things can't go on this way. Psst, I'm right next to you. I know you're a senile old man, but I'm right here. Just pushes me out of the way, looking for me. Okay. Visiting a graveyard all by myself. There goes a brave, brave man. Please don't worry about me. Go on ahead, please. Oh, thank God. You stay over there. I'll let you know when it's clear. Exactly. Fucking oblivious old-ass man. Swear. He's gonna end up having something very useful to tell me somehow. And I'm only gonna find out way too damn late because he's stupid. We all know that that's exactly how this is gonna play out. Either that or he's the cause of all the problems in the first place, and he's just pretending to look for us to have an excuse. What the hell are you doing? I'm okay. Please don't worry about me and keep going. He's got an enemy marker on him, so I legit tried to punch him, but it interacted with him instead of punching him. And honestly, even now that I know he's the baker and he actually is on our side, I was still about to punch him anyway. That's kind of what my initial impression was, like there's like some kind of copy monster down here. That would fit in a ghost dungeon just fine. Some kind of, like, this is your greatest fear, or this is your greatest nemesis, or, you know what, fuck you, it's this guy now. Yep. It's a mystery dungeon game. You lose everything every time you finish a dungeon, whether you win or lose. We have no weapons, we have no levels, everything is set back to square one every time. That's how that style of game works. You really only gain knowledge between dungeons, not really gaining power, necessarily. Some of them start letting you take, like, a handful of things with you from dungeon to dungeon, depending on which series you're playing and which game in said series. I'm terrified. Is that why you're just running around in circles? You know what, you do you, bud. This is why you're gonna be in trouble at some point, is you're gonna run in circles until a monster eats you. And I don't feel bad at all. Blinding plant. Yeah, that's why I'm also walking around punching everything, because I have no weapons. Not that we even found a weapon in the last dungeon at all. But we found weapons in the first and second dungeons, and shields, and we weren't allowed to keep any of them. That's also why everything's being sold at the end of every dungeon. Because I could store it, but if I can't take it with me, what the fuck's the point of storing it? Not that there seems to be that much point to money either, other than to fix the storehouse, which is just to store things I'm selling anyway, so I'm assuming at some point this game starts to let you bring things with you. But it may be a mechanic you just need to gain as you go. Ooh, a super herb. We do have multiple healing items on me, because I think life... Okay, life herbs already increase your max health, so we'll go and just eat that straight up. And once we heal back to 30, I'm going to go ahead and eat the super herb to get more max health. Because we'll still have a heal left on hand anyway. Nom 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 nom. Oh, it only raises it by 2? Never mind, we'll just hang on to that. Well, that's the thing, is I don't even know if we make more money that way, because the store itself doesn't get upgraded. It's only the storage capacity that gets upgraded so far as what we've been told. And the storage capacity would only matter if I didn't just sell all of the items immediately. But I don't know if there's a reason to not sell them immediately, because we have not been given to know that there's any reason not to do exactly that. Like, we just have a very significant lack of information there, which is intentional, I'm sure. Diagonal attacks when there's a wall involved don't tend to work, so I'm just gonna lead him onto a flat playing field. Iron Eyes. I'm gonna assume that either raises defense permanently or temporarily. Yep. Oh, it turns an enemy into iron temporarily. You know what? Fair enough. Does a regular herb give me the same amount more max health? No, it gives 1. Okay, so super herbs for 2 max health, regular herbs for 1. Otherwise known as, I'm probably just gonna hang on to those for actual healing. Because that amount of max health increase is just sad. Especially since it's not gonna be a permanent increase anyway. We'll lose it as soon as we leave here. Baker, bread is mine. I could go check that upper left corner, but I doubt there's anything of value there. And we do have more than enough bread and such to have no hunger issues. Ooh. You, sir, are an issue. Dance. Oh, he only had 1 hit left. Well, never mind. Turns out that's not as durable as I thought it was. I was expecting it to be more durable than the previous variant we saw of that enemy. Huh. They're breaking through the wall. That's illegal. Let's not fight both of them at the same time. That seems like a bad idea. And more to the point, go the fuck to sleep, Army Ant. I feel like you're terrifying. Okay, not as bad as I feared if he died that quickly. But I still probably don't want to let him hit me. Dance. Okay, it's only attack missed. We're fine. Everything's okay. Look at the damage they did to the territory here, though. God damn. I want to weaponize one of those so I can just tunnel through the dungeon. How do I make friends with Army Ant so that I can tunnel through the world? Okay, that mushroom is in fact a monster. He's Big Shroom. But you know, the first dungeon was described as having a large mushroom appear near it. And yet we didn't see any of those. Hey, the monster gave me the eye back there. And yet you're still just hanging out in this room instead of running more significant distance. Well done. I'm sure he's gonna survive just fine. Oh, we got an upgraded mummy. Wish I had a weapon. Still wish I had a weapon. Yeah, he's just sleeping. Maybe we... there we go, paralyze. Get paralyzed. Oh, that paralysis does not last long. Okay, you know what? That was my hubris. That's on me. I almost died due to my own shenanigans, as one would expect. Okay, we're gonna get the getting hungry prompt now, but we can wait a little bit longer. Gonna check something right quick to make sure I didn't make a silly mistake. Pretty sure I didn't, but I just want to make sure. Okay. Very good. Because I'd mentioned that I was doing this today to someone else, and I wanted to make sure that I had actually sent a proper reminder there. But I've also been messaging a bunch of people recently, so it's like, let me make sure I didn't send that message to the wrong person. And just have them get a completely pointless reminder. Where is the exit? I'm going to assume it's over here in this corner. Yep, there it is. You know what? I just don't need to deal with the mummy man. Bye. Oh, good. There's just another one down here anyway. We are down to 10 hunger, so let's go ahead and eat. Level up. Sleep herb. Paralyze herb. Ironize herb. We are out of space, which is a problem. Yeah, pretty much. There's really not much point to killing everything. Sure, we miss a little bit of experience, but it's not like these things frequently drop anything or any of that, so it's not a huge deal. Okay, we'll go up to 50. I think the Ironize will be more useful than the Paralyze. Dance. I really should just keep eating more of these. That's fine. He waited 5,000 years. He can wait 5,000 more. I'm just gonna eat more of these super herbs. To hell with it. We'll just buff our max health in exchange for inventory space. Gives us a little bit of safety net anyway, since we apparently can't find a damn shield or a weapon to save our lives today. So our shield's gonna have to just be bulking up. I don't like the fact that there's extra holes in the walls here. I feel like there's more army ants around. Unless this place is just laid out weird, which it could be. You reduced my strength. Bastard. I'm already having a hard enough time killing things. Thankfully, we have an antidote. Okay, that's fine. Ooh, a strength boost. You know what? That'll help. Now we hit a little harder, at least. Now, if only I, yet again, could find even a club to hit my enemies with. Really just seems to have a terrible spawn rate of things like that. Wow. They weren't kidding when they say they called for help. They just pulled them from across the ages. Dance. I missed. Oh, you just keep calling more of them, huh? Well, don't like that. Don't like that at all. Here, you take a nap. There we go. Nice, we got a crit on that one. Thanks to some quick herb throwing, that actually just turned into bonus experience for us. But that could have been really bad. if that's part of how they decided to make these more difficult, though, is just not providing you with anything. Like, you know what? Nah, figure it out. What's that? You need a weapon? No, you don't. You have hands. Get them with them hands. Meanwhile, we just continue to suffer. But really, I suppose we're not suffering that much, considering we've just been punching every enemy to death just fine. I don't know if he keeps his charge. No, it looks like they lose their charge if they move. So that's what the actual solution to fighting those hammermen is you let them charge by attacking them the first time, and then you step away. So that they have to waste the charge moving. Or, you know, you just tank the damage and keep punching them. But just imagine the damage I could do with an actual club, though. Oh, there's an ant eating through the wall. You know, the fact that they can just chew through walls really doesn't match up very well with the fact that they do like 8 damage to me. But I guess that they may just have a body designed for chewing through stone, not through flesh necessarily. There we go, 10 strength. What do you gotta say? Pardon? We're getting closer? Okay, I'll be strong. I'll believe that when I see that, bud. I mean, that's the power of magic herbs. Just think of them like steroids. Complete with Roid Rage at the rate Torneko's just tearing through everything. It's also why he doesn't run the business himself anymore. Guy haggles one time too many and the table gets flipped at them and they get cut in half somehow. Really not good for business PR at that point. Or, you know, that guy that got punched into pudding, that was a whole problem too. Oh, next floor it is. There may have been something in the upper left, but again, I doubt it. Oh, never mind, we're out of here anyway. This is it. This is my mentor's grave. It's right here. My beloved apprentices, all I ever did was scold you. It pains me that I never did anything for you as a teacher. To make amends, I leave you with a small gift. How to bake magic bread. The recipe is engraved on this tombstone. Oh my master's secret. It was the recipe for baking magic bread. I see. Master, thank you. That delicious bread you baked, Master. I will do my best to keep your memory alive. Master, I must return home, but before I leave, I would like to offer a small prayer. May the spirit of bread guide you in the afterlife. Sorry to keep you waiting. We should return to the village. Na-na-na-na. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for helping me. Honestly, thank you very much. My mentor's secret was how to bake magic bread. Gonna get high as fuck off this bread. I'll open my shop in the village square. Torneko, please come by. Bye. That was awful late. What? Do you think so? You should be home by now. I wonder if something happened. Oh. There he is. Papa! Papa, welcome home. Welcome home, dear. We were a little worried about you. Did something happen? technically yes, but realistically no. We just kind of walked through a cemetery punching mummies and demons to death. You know, usual day, really. Oh, that's okay then. I'm starving. No? Oh yeah, sorry. I'll put dinner on. Like, really, it was just all standard stuff. The village, the castle, what is happening? Here, we should get rid of this chest. This chest is cursed. Who could it be? Maybe that old man? Torneko, we got trouble. Is the village itself a dungeon now? Oh, look at this guy. Help, please, His Majesty. Torneko, please, we need your help. Is something the matter with His Majesty? The Duke will fill you in. Please come to the castle. Oh, either the king is sick or the king has turned into a monster or something like that has happened. Here, hurry. They need you at the castle. Nyum. Well, you asked him to hurry. Oh, the king's gone. Torneko, we've been waiting. A serious situation has developed. His Majesty has disappeared. He's snuck off before, but he's never left the castle for this long. We wanted to get word to you, Torneko, as soon as we could, but... we had to be exceedingly cautious because this is so delicate. As several soldiers are unaccounted for, we think His Majesty left to conduct an investigation on his own. I'll brief you on the surrounding circumstances. His Majesty was gravely concerned about the sinister goings-on in the castle and the village. I told His Majesty that perhaps an old man was somehow connected to these incidents. Way to go, Soldier B, with your goddamn conspiracy. You may have thrown on the king off into a whole wild goose chase. Yes, that's right, that old man who visited your shop, Torneko. His Majesty became very intrigued by my theory. He left the castle in the company of several soldiers. And you didn't tell anyone. These two were trying to figure out if the king had left with soldiers, and you saw them leave with soldiers. You know, maybe the king left to just get away from these guys. Maybe the king just didn't want anything to do with this lot anymore. Did we ever consider that? Did we consider the king's just sick of their shit? However, we haven't received any word at all. We went to the old man's house, but we came up with nothing. Not His Majesty, nor the old man. Wait, you knew where this guy lived, which means he lives here. Which means people should know who he is. More magic dungeons are appearing in the kingdom. In the field, in the mountains, everywhere. As shameful as it may sound, we're unable to search every corner of the kingdom. How is that shameful to not be able to search an entire goddamn kingdom at once? That's asking a lot. That is actually one thing I will forgive you for. Torneko, I beg you, please find His Majesty and lead him back here safely. See, now this is stupid. Asking one guy to accomplish what you can't do. Now you've flipped back the other way of being stupid again. Yeah, you gotta be real careful with some of that stuff. It's very easy to cause, I guess for lack of a way of putting it, unexpected damage? Have you considered that if the king's off with his own troops and everything, he's probably fine? You know, I wish y'all would tell me where the old man's house in the village is. Because you just tell me, oh yeah, go visit the old man's house. Which fucking building is the old man's house? Awesome, done. Your storehouse can hold up to 30 items. I'm not finished with the repairs yet, though. If you have another 1,000, give me a shout, boss. Yeah, I got another 1,000 for you here. Bring it up to 40, I would presume. I mean, yeah, that is true. But ideally, when you're in training, you don't want to kill the one you're training with. That's kind of counterproductive. His Majesty's gone missing? But why? It's almost like we know why. It's almost like he went to go investigate. We already established this. Well, the Explorer's Inn wasn't... That doesn't change the statement of that's counterproductive to kill the people. That just gets you disqualified instead of losing people to train with. It's still not a good thing. That man over there gave me a scroll as a gift. When I read it, my belongings turned into bread. Why did he have to do this while I'm on a diet? She looked hungry, so I gave her a bread scroll. I never thought she would get so angry. It's so hard to read her feelings. Did you consider... That's fair. This guy right here, did he not even for a moment consider telling her how the scroll worked instead of just giving her a random scroll that turns shit into bread and then being surprised when she's mad that everything she owns turns into bread? Fuck's sake. Meanwhile, this guy's fat-shaming Torneko, who's probably explored more places than this guy has in his entire life. Fuck's sake, these people. Am I sure I want to save this village? This village might be better off burning. There seems to be some sort of flap going on at the castle. Tell me, do you know what's going on? No, and even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. You really don't know? Well, if you hear anything, be sure to tell me first, alright? You should be pushed into the lake. I'll get word out to everyone right away. That's exactly why you should be pushed into the lake. You are a problem. What the hell are you doing here in the corner? The forgotten mayor. Ow. Because you're so famous, people have forgotten about me. There isn't much I could do for you, but there is something, though. Would you like to rename the village? No, it's already in my name, that's good enough. I wish I could do something befitting my status as the mayor. Well, maybe if you just got off your ass out of this damn corner and did something noteworthy, you might actually be notable as a mayor again instead of sitting here crying in a corner that the merchant of your town is more notable than you are. Do something with your life. The old man isn't here. It appears he's gone to Mount Fiery. Legend has it that an ancient elemental spirit lives in Mount Fiery. May the elemental spirit guide and protect you. Torneko can now enter Mount Fiery. Now that we know it exists, we can go there. Hooray. I mean, that would help, yeah. You may take no more than 2 items into this dungeon. Okay, so we can actually take items into this one. Let's go sell all but like 2 things then. So as they scale up more and more, I guess you get to take more and more into them. I'm in shock. I never thought the joy chest really existed in this village. And you never thought to walk into the place where you were told that it was to verify that it was here. In the like 3 days that you've been here. You know what? I'm starting to amend my statement. I don't think it's the village that needs to burn. I think this whole world needs to burn. Because if it's populated by this level of intellect, it's better off being destroyed. Good lord. What's that, a priest? I've met them in dungeons, yeah. They help you by lifting curses, removing poison, that sort of thing. They even gave me some bread on occasion. But you know, if they're going to give me the bread anyway, I wish they wouldn't toss it on the ground. Yeah, you know, that's fair. Right, there's no items in the storehouse. But yeah, all the food in this world's apparently bread. I don't know why. It just is. I mean, if it's all they got, it's all they got. Maybe they've partaken of the magic bread that the baker was talking about, and they've all just gotten addicted to magic bread. Nobody ever said it had to make sense, Snork. You know this. You know that's how these things end up being. Do I want the Iron Eyes and the Blinding? No, let's take an Iron Eyes and a Dance, just so we can mitigate early monsters. As I forget how to sell things again. Because it's a specific button, and it's kind of stupid. This one? There we go. Triangle is the sell things button. There we go. Now we only have 2 items left in our inventory. Now we can go to Mount Fiery. And I may switch games after this dungeon. But I want to see if our first real dungeon actually has anything interesting to offer us. Well, we got a darkness mechanic and new music. I was hoping at least, like, it was gonna have more than just more slimes. I mean, yeah, that is true. It's gonna have more bread for me. Every dungeon will have more bread. We got a bang scroll again. A sword! Nope, it's a club. Still, it's a weapon, and it's a +3 club, no less. Look at that. I am all powerful with my spiky club. I have nothing to fear. I say as I immediately missed, but it's okay. You just stay there for a second, dude. I need to find out what that item is. We never thought Mount Fiery had really become a magic dungeon. You guys are bad at this, you know that? Exactly. Me smash thy head. Thy head be paste. Level 2. Just look how much more efficiently we dispose of problems by the power of club. I unga their bunga. I'm gonna assume the outside scroll just lets me leave. Yep. An item pull is obvious. Well, you know, I have an idea then. Let's just leave this floor. And as soon as I dispose of this guy, why don't we just pull every item on the floor to us? This is when this also pulls traps or something, and I just have a fucking landmine get yeeted into my face. That's it. There was a scroll and a shield on this entire floor. Stops all the monsters in a room from moving. That makes sense. At least there was a shield in here. And we got that to go with, and it wasn't just a regular old leather shield, so it's not even that good, but it's better than nothing. Things have really been going great for the King's army here, huh? Please, don't worry about me. His Majesty is dead? Yeah, probably dead. I'm fine. You have to save His Majesty. You don't really look fine, but you know what? You do you. You know, how funny would it be if they're all just hungry and they fell over from a hunger instead of actually getting defeated by monsters? That's the other thing, yeah. If His Majesty's in danger so much and they're fine, why are they on the floor instead of with His Majesty? Something doesn't add up here. They just have a bad case of tummy hurt. Maybe that's the real magic of the magic bread. Maybe the baker's in on it. The bread's just poisonous and gives you the shits. And now that all the guards have been disposed of, the baker will become the one true king. Oh yeah, no, you know, I totally had nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing at all. There's no reason to suspect the only man in here with a club when everyone has their heads smashed in. No. No. Besides, what club? I don't have a club. See, I have a pick. Everything's fine. This pick actually kind of sucks, apparently. Oh, okay. It breaks easily, but you can break walls with it. Well, you know, it probably breaks heads fine. And it makes a different sound. Like, they passed one law that made being a merchant a little more difficult, and then things had to happen. Who can blame me for protecting my business? So, fun fact, landmines do exist in this universe. Looked like I was a goddamn nuke mine, but we're fine. That apparently didn't really hurt. Like, it stung a bit, but wasn't that bad. Makes you wonder what Torneko's made out of, that he just explodes and he's like, yep, that's fine. Everything's okay. Not even burned, just mildly inconvenienced. It'll buff out. I mean, don't we all at the end of the day want to protect our breakfast? Down we go. Oh, wow. Now, you know, I was hoping that this was like the end of the dungeon or some kind of fancy magic MacGuffin thing. Not just oh hey, here's a crystal of suspend game. No, this is fine. You have chosen to continue playing the game without interruption. I wonder how long this dungeon is that they give you that option. Especially when we have the scroll of quick save right here. Just seems slightly redundant. Bang, defense. Presumably, yeah. Oh, it lowers a monster's defense. Okay. Ants. He just burnt it up. I don't know what I was expecting when I threw an herb at a monster made out of fire. I was curious to see what would happen, and exactly what was expected occurred. The herb burned, and nothing good came of it. My stuff! That's just rude. A trap of, hey, I'm just gonna chuck your inventory on the floor. Doesn't even hurt you, just gonna chuck your inventory on the floor and make you waste time. Ooh, that shows me everything on the map, huh? Wow. I now know what paths are worthless, which is half of them. Level 5. Step guard. Well, we now know what trick bags do, and I hate them. They stole my money. Ooh, a healing pot. That seems useful. Let's make sure I understand how that works. Restores HP. Oh, so I can put things in it. So it's like the pots in some of these other types, some of these other games that are made by the same people then. But I don't know how to put things in it. Like, it just has a bunch of it in it. You perish, demon. Gotta make my money back. What's this neighborhood coming to? Bags that just waltz up and steal your money. Hate it here. You know, with how many trick bags we ran into before, I'm surprised none of them managed to steal from me till now. Then again, I did, like, put them to sleep or do other things to stop them doing that before they did it before, I suppose. We just don't really have the expendable resources at the moment to be doing that this time. So instead, I've lost, like, 3,000 in coins. Which I suppose at the end of the day, why am I even concerned about losing money? We've not found anything worthwhile to spend it on anyway. But it's my goddamn money. What kind of merchant would I be if I wasn't upset when somebody stole my money? No, you come back here. No, they're already halfway around the map. That's not worth chasing them. I considered it for a solid minute there, and then I thought better of it. The worst part is they turn you around, too. Yeah, that's right. I got no money. What are you gonna do to me now, you little shit? The answer is probably would start stealing items or something. Or steal my max hit points and just really upset me. Oh god, I just keep coming up with worse ideas about that. What if it could steal the... They steal the food out of your stomach and make you hungrier. Just a horrifying idea. Just really hitting me where it hurts, though. My goddamn pocket. Ooh, those flames do actually present a danger when they actually get to hit you. Imagine if we didn't have this club. Oh no, my storage space that I'm not using. Oh no! What am I doing? That's not gonna work on him anyway. You know what? We haven't used one of these yet. Bang! Yeah. That's exactly what it says on the tin. Just explode. Nom 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 nom. Nah 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 nah. That almost was bad. Iron axe. That's a bit of a difference. Sword 7. Sword 5. Okay. Neither of these are swords, but you know what? If they make the sword stack go up, I'll take it. And at least this is a different model. Ack. Okay, now we two-shot those, so that's good. Which is interesting, because didn't we one-shot one of the flames before, and yet somehow they're taking two? And then they were taking three with the... I don't know. I've started to lose track, I will be honest. I was being careful about keeping track of enemy health so we knew what we were getting into with them. And at some point, I just kind of gave up. Okay, scale shield without any bonuses is 3. That's still better than the leather shield. Whew. There was a hidden rock, but there wasn't a problem. We take those. That could have been real bad to step on a trap at that point. So I don't have anything to heal with. What does Step Guard even do? Well, it protects you from spikes. Good. You know what? Fuck it and fuck you. Explode. When in doubt, make everything explode. Okay, yeah, so we just have 5 uses, or in this case now 4 uses of healing. It was slightly wasteful to heal right then and there, but it's fine. Let's go ahead and eat the big bread. I don't think your food usage goes down any faster when you're full. But I'm not sure about that. We know where the exit is, so I'll check over here and then we'll leave. So many trick bags in this. Okay. I thought for a second the music got bored and left. I was about to be very upset. Okay, so that just connects to that room. May as well leave this floor then. You. Level 8. There's part of my brain that's tempted to step on that rock again and see if something bad happens the second time, but no. Get a load of this guy. Huh. I know nothing's underfoot. I wanted you to look at the weird thing that's next to us. Well, it's just a thing, I guess. The thing is, they don't usually put things that do nothing in these games. So that does something. Okay, paralyzed until you attack it. So that won't really help. Okay, good. You burned all of his time charging up, so it didn't work out. Ooh, if they do 12 damage without charging, I don't want that charge attack to hit. That charge attack's gonna ruin my whole day. I gotta stop finding these landmines with my foot. It's really not advisable. Speaking of not advisable, this current scenario is definitely not healthy. It's a good thing we still have the healing pot on hand. Ooh, strength verb. That'll help a lot. Just raise my base damage. How did I get ambushed by a troll, of all things? Exploding pot. Huh. Oh, it's a leather shield. And it's just a basic leather shield. Joy. Well, I'll throw that at the next thing that upsets me, I guess. Explodes upon breaking. Okay. And I still can't put anything in this one, but I can insert things into the exploding pot. Oh, is the number how many spaces it has? Huh. I'm keeping the other leather shield in case something breaks my scale shield. Because we had the pick break, but we were warned that that had shit durability. Yeah, I couldn't move out of that one. Actually, I could have. I should have moved the other way, down and right. Either way, we lived and we gained a level. Torneko, please save His Majesty. See, that guy probably got clobbered by that troll. His situation makes sense as I explode myself again. I really gotta stop doing that. Not healthy. What's the deal with these turtles? One way or the other, we should at least bring them up into this tunnel where their numbers don't matter. I think they... Oh, I was gonna say, I think they lost me, but I think they're just slow. Iron turtle. Okay, so first order business, heal the pain we just took. Second order of business, kaboom! Okay, there was only the one in range, but I wasn't gonna trust killing that with regular hits when it does over 20 hit points of damage. There's no way that that was gonna end well for me. Whew. Just landmines everywhere, man. Ow. I'm glad they're just as bad at landing hits as I am. Hello, turtle number 2. What do I do about you? If I turn him into iron, I think he might just block the paths. That might be a bad idea. So first order business, since his defense is ridiculous. Monster's defense fell. Okay, now I do real damage to him, but I'm still gonna need to heal to live through this. Or he dies in 2, never mind. I anticipated him living through a second hit, that's why I healed first. I had a concern there. Turns out that concern wasn't warranted. But it's better to be safe than dead. Awkward. Awkward to say the least. Well, if they... this one has its full defense. So 2 hits aren't gonna kill it. Probably. Okay. No, even with the defense not down, it still had... I don't understand. Grabbing a bit of extra experience is actually going to be a solid idea in here, though, with how close to death we keep getting. So I'll kill him, then I'll walk around in here to get our health back a bit. Great. Not what I wanted. Well, I got the level that I was intending to get, just not the damage I was expecting. So I don't have any food on me, though, so I can't really afford to keep pissing about, actually. Oh, good. Bread. I could grab that scroll, because we have spike protection. Hey there, Gab. Hope you're doing well. Oh, good. It was a bang scroll. That'll actually be very helpful. Oh, I found some bread, so I ate it. It must have been rotten. My stomach hurts. You know, I was joking about them being knocked out by tummy hurt, but apparently that one actually was. Ah. Oh, death turtle. That one's taking less damage than the other ones did. Maybe the scroll of defense down, like, affected the whole floor? We're in trouble. Thankfully, the turtles are slow, as a turtle is. We can just kind of leave him behind and hope for the best. And we're dead. He happened to get a high roll on the one attack where it mattered for him to get a high roll. Why am I not surprised that that's how that played out? Our first failure. Retry this dungeon with one big bread. If you choose no, you'll be sent back home. Well, this being sent back home would only matter if we had anything in storage. We'll give this dungeon one more try, since I had said that this was gonna be the last dungeon before he switched games. Still, I'm glad we actually had a dungeon where things got dangerous enough that I actually could die. I was getting real lazy about things in the other dungeons. Because once you had any kind of gear, you were just basically unstoppable. Oh, thank God. I thought I was gonna die again immediately, and I was gonna be very upset. Oh, never mind. I am gonna die again immediately, because I've been screwed. Like, what was I supposed to do about that? I had nothing into my name yet. There was absolutely nothing that could have been done to avoid that scenario other than not fighting the gopher, who should have died like that one just did. But somehow he took like 4 hits. Then again, I should remember, without a weapon, even basic slimes, especially at level 1, can be a threat. But, you know, you live, you learn, or in this case, you die, you learn. Sentence I've definitely said numerous times at this point. You know, gotta learn somewhere, somehow. Just means I need to stop being quite so fast and loose with things. There we go, level 2. We're a little safer. That's the ebb and flow of this style of game, and honestly quite a few other types. Is you start off real careful because you know the game has teeth and it will kill you. But you start off doing well, so you get complacent. And then the game punishes you for your complacency, and then you go back to being careful again. So in some cases, you either never get punished or you never reach that state of complacency in the first place. That one's a little bit variable. That life boosting herb will actually be kind of clutch right now. Oh, never mind, we gained a level, so now we boosted our max life twice. So I just wanted to get away from the max 20 hit points, because if we go down too many floors and start seeing those trolls and turtles again before we got any armor, we were gonna need a lot of health. Hey there, ABC, how you been? Knock another slime out of the way. Let's see what's on the next floor. Hell yeah. Glad to hear it. I need to find a weapon, but none of these floors are gonna have them. There's nothing to hurry about. Everything's fine here. Life goes on. Nothing great to report, but nothing bad to report, so you know, we take those. A weapon. Give weapon. Another pick, huh? Well, it's better than nothing. It'll break, which is the problem. No. Trap. But the immense disrespect of those knock items out of your inventory traps. They're both so funny, but also, god damn it. Those traps are literally just Torneko trips on a rock and his items go flying. I mean, at least the items aren't lost. I guess I should be thankful for that. Sounds good. See you around, ABC. Yeah, you get some rest. Since we got decently lucky on this floor, I'm actually gonna go all the way up into that corner. I may actually spend the time to full clear these floors after what happened the previous attempt. Still, getting like 4 dungeons in before we had a single death is still not bad. Just goes to show that at my basic level of capability allows me to just la my way through a chunk of this type of game. Welp. I'm glad I walked all the way over here, because I found a whole great pile of nothing. The bright side, we did find 2 big pieces of bread, so I don't have to worry about getting hungry probably for the entire dungeon. Unless this dungeon's like crazy long compared to the other ones. Which, considering this feels like it's our first real dungeon, might actually be pretty long. And we died on, what, like floor 8? I think it was? So it's at the very least longer than 8 floors. It might actually be a 10-floor dungeon. Which would make me extra sad about dying on floor 8, because we would have been so close. Item pull. Trap didn't work. I don't know where the staircase out of here is, so I won't use item pull. If I knew where the stairs were, I would just item pull so we didn't have to go look around for anything. But this way, we're already looking for the stairs anyway. We'll probably trip over a good chunk of the items in the process. As long as we're not just tripping over rocks in the process. Huh. You know, I'm starting to slightly regret my decision as far as not item pulling. Oh, there we go. We found another pick. Is this one plus anything? +2. You know what? We'll take that. And our hunger's at 17. Let's just eat our only regular bread and see how much that does for us. Okay, so that does 50. Regular does 50 and a big does 100 then. Understood. You know, I just realized another thing I should be thankful for with those rocks, and that is that the exploding pot doesn't break when it's knocked out of your inventory, and then it just, you know, explode. Yeah, these flames were another thing I was a bit worried about. Also, we just got that +2 pick and it broke immediately. Just keep that in mind, that that's a thing that just happened to us. God damn, all the bread in the world here. Can I just, like, turn a piece of bread into a weapon? Would that be a better weapon than the pick? Maybe. Maybe it would. After all, we were able to defend ourselves with a baguette in Sketchy's contract, so why not here? Ow. Paralyzed scroll. There are so many of these middle finger rock traps around. What the hell, man? It's upsetting. So upsetting. And now we have no weapons again. You know, on the note of that, I know it's his mustache, but whenever he's turned sideways, since his mustache is blue, it just looks like he's always crying. And that's about how I feel right now with my only weapons just breaking all the time. Oh boy, I forgot about the army ants. I didn't... Wait, no. Weren't they in the last dungeon? I didn't remember seeing any of them in this dungeon. I guess they're here. We've proven that. Rude. Okay, so one robbed me, the other one got robbed. I suppose I'll take it. All the money in the world didn't help me last time anyway. I'm gonna go back to the steps in this room, though, I think, and just item pull, because this is a big floor. That's been kind of a big nothing. I should have just item pulled when I was here to begin with. Okay, they're sleeping. Oh, good, I'm glad. I'm glad I item pulled and pulled nothing. Sometimes the world makes a mockery of you, and this is one of those times. This is a bad situation to be in. Move so he doesn't keep that charge. There we go. At least we gained a level out of that bad situation. Oh no. Okay, good. At least he blew up too. That was about to be so bad. If he didn't die from that, he probably was about to cave my head in immediately, and I was gonna be so upset. Let's go and eat one of the big breads so we're at full food. I'm just gonna walk around for a minute here. Walk off that bread, get our health back. Pretend none of this awful nonsense occurred. Huh. What does pause do? Temporarily paralyze all monsters in a room and attack lifts paralysis. Okay. Well, you know what? That works. Except he wasn't in the room, so he didn't get paralyzed. That didn't do what I wanted anyway. I wonder if they only steal when you're over 1400, since they seem to consistently steal that. Just need to build up a bit of a buffer here. There we go. in case we missed. Wow, this is just going horribly somehow, huh? I suppose this is what I get for being snarky and judging the skill of the guards based on the fact that they had gotten their ass kicked in here. Though I can still judge them for the fact that we got further as one man than they did as an entire party. I still remain disappointed in this nation's military. I suppose this is why the king relies on Torneko instead of on his military for the most part, huh? Because Torneko gets things done. Torneko has the power of punch monster in face. Wow, the army ants have been going nuts around here. I suppose I should be thankful that even though it looks like they mined it out to be a nest, they haven't made a nest in here yet. That also could have been bad. He could have summoned friends. This is bad enough, though, since there's a flame walking towards me right now. Is he gonna die in another hit? He did, okay. I just had that big concern of, like, did I miscalculate? Because if I miscalculated even a little bit, that was about to be the end of that. Oh, boy. This round in here is definitely going worse. Well, no, I can't say it's completely going worse, I suppose. Because if it was completely going worse, we'd be dead right now, because we died already. Yeah, I had a feeling. He was asleep, so I'm like, can I get away with that? Game, I guess I can't path that way? Oh, we're in trouble then, huh? Well, actually, it's okay. We turn. We paralyze. And then we get the fuck out of here. Because if we hit him, he unparalyzes. Oh, there's another one. Well, that answers the... Does my money need to be over a certain threshold question? And we're dead. No, I get... Do the mines just specifically do half your health? Because we've definitely stepped on a mine and taken way more damage than that before. Huh. If... Oh wow, the paralyzed one's just still chilling here. We have so much bread. They're really encouraging me to sit and heal with all that bread. But simultaneously discouraging it with all the monsters they keep sending every time I stop to heal. It's really a no-win scenario here right now, is what I'm trying to tell you. But we're making it work. We're not dead yet, and that's the important part. But man, do I wish I could just find at least a shield. We did find 2 weapons, but they both immediately broke. And yeah, that is exactly half health with mines then. Okay. On the bright side, at least the mines can't kill you then. If it's always half health, they can't kill you. Since that trick bag's running away, I get the feeling that that's one of the ones that stole our money. But there's no way I'm catching it because I'm not gonna be able to figure out which way it went in the dark. I'd have to gamble. I was kind of hoping it would be stupid and walk back towards me in the dark. But I wouldn't be surprised if those things see better in the dark than we do. Well, gamble again. Let's see if we can actually find something. Well, we found something, technically. We found money and an ant. Oh, good. At least we one-shot that ant. It's not a total loss. Simply put, though, we need to find a weapon or armor. Ideally both, before we get to the floor with the trolls and the other things on it. Because otherwise, we're just SOL. Based on the fact that we died with those things before, without them, we have no hope. Torneko may be the last hope, but boy oh boy, our weapon's my only hope. And at least we're getting a strength boost, so maybe we can make it work without a weapon? Because that does accomplish the same thing as, like, that regular pick did. Dead end room. With another rock to trip over. I really gotta stop walking into things. Okay, more health. Could really use some regular healing herbs right about now, though, game. I know I turned my nose up at them before. But, you know, now they matter. Now that I have an HP pool that actually could sustain a bit. Oh, an outside scroll. Oh, thank God, a shield. Medable? I mean, that's shield 11. That's pretty fucking good. No sooner do I find a really cool shield do I lose half my health. Can't have shit around here. I see what you're doing, game, and I don't appreciate it. You're doing that thing where you find a way to kill me even though I have something nice. Joke's on you, though. I can hide like the best of them. Oh, I guess I lost that other flame when I ducked into the darkness. You know what? I'll take that. Nope, you get away from me. Money-stealing little bastard. I'm gonna pop my head over here in the hopes that this leads to something good, and then we're gonna leave this floor. Nope. So really, I should be full clearing these, like I said, and I have so much bread, I really should take the time to look. Except half the time when I look around, I find problems instead of solutions. You know, for all that our defense went up 11, I can't help but notice that our damage remains very similar. There must be a calculation rather than a flat damage reduction from it. Like maybe it's as much a dodge chance as it is a damage protection. You know, I think we might be a higher level than we were when we died. Can't really be sure of that, though. There we go, back to basically full hunger. There's a door... Nope. I was gonna say there's a doorway over there. But instead, it was a trick. Haha! Landmine! Hooray! Go ahead and let our health fill up. Wait. Oh. I was gonna say, did anybody notice how the map was filling itself out? But I think I know what's happening there. I think that's the army ants eating the map. We should go. Okay, bang scroll's helpful. I find it very funny that I was like, yeah, I'm gonna play multiple things today. Plays Torneko for 3 hours. And that still leaves us with time for other things. Uh-oh. I almost fucked up real bad there. Ow. Okay. So with the 11 defense shield, they do that much damage on a brutal hit. I kind of let them hit me on purpose, I'll be honest. Wow, spikes hurt a lot. Okay. Make sure to use step guard whenever I go where spikes are then. I just needed to accept my fate on that one, because if I sidestepped, he was gonna hit me anyway. How many trolls are down this corridor? Cool. That was uncomfortably close to death. I should have probably just went with the bang scroll or the flame herb at that point, instead of risking punching. Oh, fuck's sake. Another one? No, you just explode. Go away. Just having nothing to do with that right now. I need room to heal. Speaking of things I want nothing to do with. Paralyze. You know, since paralyze seems to work until you hit something, it may not be the worst idea to, like, paralyze that enemy and then leave him behind. Kind of like we did with that one flame. But we did eventually come back for that flame. You know, there really is an upsetting amount of landmines on this particular map. I see. Flame. Okay, flame does a lot of damage. Noted. I was genuinely not expecting it to be very effective considering, you know, it's a volcano. Okay, I guess the thing I was gonna paralyze needed to be right next to me? Ah, those don't explode when you throw them, huh? So I have two options here. I try to move and pray I don't die. I outside in order to at least retain what I have, because I can take an item in with me. So if I retain what I have, I can keep that 11 defense shield. But I would lose my level and everything. Or what was Mystery Answer C? Oh yeah, Mystery Answer C was use the defense scroll and try to punch my way out of the situation. Which, by the time I cast the defense scroll, they would attack me once, and I would already be likely to die at that point, because even with the shield that has 11 defense, they were doing 20s before. So they'll more than likely just kill me no matter what move I make. Stepping back and to the right is almost the only choice I have to survive a turn. But I think it might actually be a better gambit to try to go up past the one over here. Yeah, because remember, they're slow. So we can take advantage of their lack of speed to get away. So we're not actually as fucked as it looked. Problem is, we lost the exploding pot. Which, considering throwing it didn't break it to make it explode, I don't know if I'm that interested in that item anymore anyway. Oh, thanks, game. Thanks for just dropping me in next to a troll. I could have dodged him, but it probably wouldn't have mattered. Okay, we got a Radiant Scroll. Let's get away from the turtle, and let's get a look at our surroundings here. Well, fuck you too, game. I'm just leaving. There's one item on this floor. Fuck this floor. Just fuck that floor and everything it stands for. Don't get me wrong, it's probably not going to be any better because now we're going to have new enemies, like that weird hand over there. But I just didn't want anything to do with that mess. 4 damage, huh? I knew that thing would activate at some point. I knew they were real. At least it doesn't hit super hard. Not compared to the turtles and things. Which will actually take real damage now, thanks to the defense lowering scroll. Oh good, an actual healing herb. Thank God. Part of me was actually hoping it was gonna be a flame herb, though. Why did I move there? I knew that he would still hit me there. Why did I think he wasn't going to? Because I foolishly thought that he was going to swing where I was standing. That's why. Yeah, we're down to 40, so go ahead and eat another piece of bread. Yeah, lucky that I dodged, but he got lucky that I low rolled, so that almost was still bad for us. How strong are you? Right, I can't hit you from here. Oh, can they not? Huh, so he grabbed me, but he also didn't do much damage. So I think they might actually be more to set you up for other enemies. Like, they grab your foot so you can't move, and then other enemies can beat you to death. But I think they can't leave the room that they're in. Which, that's actually not an uncommon thing in this type of game. Owned enemies like that tend not to be able to leave the rooms they spawn in. 12. There we go. I'm assuming the defense scroll must have affected the whole floor. Because there's no way that turtle would otherwise be taking that little damage. I don't think bronze is better than what I'm using. No, that's 6. But on the bright side, I can start throwing shields at things if it really comes down to it. Scale shield we know is not stronger either. Unless it's plus yes, but it probably isn't. Yeet. Okay, that does like no damage when you throw it at them though. But it's still better than nothing, I suppose. Yeet. Ah, that actually managed to fly the distance. I was expecting it to fall short. Oh, he's unaffected by the defense down. That's fine, we can shoot through him. Now that our health's not in the gutter and they're not doing as much damage to us all the time at least, I do need to kind of get some experience. Okay, healing pot, very good. Let's go back and check that other room. Son of a bitch. Get out of my way. You and your big floppy tongue. Swear. If he killed me, I was gonna be very cross. Mostly with myself, admittedly, because, like, you know, you could have avoided that death. Because I just stood there and kept punching him. We have a lot of experience now. Okay, so this room was pointless. Good. Oh, good. I'm glad my crit was balanced out by missing twice and then critting again. Fuck's sake. I would have rather just hit him. You know, how often do I get what I want in these games, really? The answer is sometimes, because I got what I wanted there. I didn't get my head caved in by a boosted attack. Last floor? Eh? Another interrupt spot? So this is definitely a big dungeon then. This is a real big dungeon. A weapon. It's only a copper sword, but you know what? It's a copper sword plus 3. I'll take that in a goddamn heartbeat. Now we're doing real damage. Now we can really get our experience up. Exactly. I'd say it's like more or less like a 70-30 for me so far. 70% of the time it doesn't go my way, 30% of the time I get exactly what I needed to make up for that 70. There we go. Oh, they also summon enemies. Understood. Thank you for summoning more experience to me. Oh, great. Now we're confused. Let's just walk this off, shall we? There we go. We hadn't seen that yet. This turtle's asleep. Let's... Okay, I was gonna say let's get him before he wakes up, and then I missed and he immediately woke up. Gotta say, our accuracy went to hell in a handbasket ever since we put this sword in my hand. Maybe Torneko is just better punching. I do know that a lot of games of this type have weapon-based accuracy, so maybe those swords are usually some of the more accurate weapons. They're either the balanced one or the accurate one in most of these types of things. Like, they're the ones that have no accuracy modifier or positive. With axes being the inaccurate one almost every time, and spears being accurate or balanced, depending. Oh. Why was there an interrupt at floor 10 if this is where we needed to get to? Child of man, to restore light to this land, receive my unvoiced words, for it shall serve you in your grand adventure. If they're unvoiced words, how am I hearing them in a magical voice? Torneko obtained the fiery murmur. Who's there? Is someone there? Hey, there's the king. He's not dead. Torneko. Maybe don't stand in the middle of that circle. I'm saved. I will tell you what happened later, but for now, take me back to the castle. So, I'm as upset as I thought I was going to be. I was like a floor away when we died and had to redo this entire dungeon. But hey, we found an 11 defense shield because of it, so balances out? Eh? Your Majesty, all hail the return of the king. Yep, it's Torneko doing all the work again. Your Majesty, I'm so glad you're safe. Torneko, bless you, you're our savior. I'm overcome with joy. So the opposite one of who was standing in front of who was talking, so that was interesting. Duke, Baron, forgive me for all the worry I caused. And Torneko, thank you. If you were just a little slower in getting to me. Your Majesty, were you in that grave a situation? Yes, I was. However, I did manage to get a slightly better idea as to the cause of our troubles. Your Majesty, and what's behind this calamity? Your Majesty? That old man. He must somehow be linked to the troubles that have befallen us. Is that right? That's incredible. The field, the graveyard, the mansion, and more became magic dungeons after the old man appeared in the village. That is indeed true, but is that enough to lay the blame on the old man? I understand that. I would never prosecute a man based only on suspicion. However, I received 2 disturbing reports from the soldier who was keeping watch over the old man. The first report. The old man was heard to mutter, "This is not good," when he discovered that the joy chest is making villagers happy. Oh my. How could it not be good to be happy? That does sound very suspicious. And second, that old man came from the Western City. The Western City, where our prince and princess were headed? Yes, indeed. That old man came from the city, which has been ravaged by dragons. This is my theory. That old man commands dragons to bring destruction and chaos to the people. I see. That certainly does seem plausible. Does it? Does it though? That last part's a stretch. Here's the thing. I'm just gonna time out for a second on that one. If the old man commands dragons and causes them to break everything and cause problems, why haven't we seen any? Why aren't they here? But the old man's been here for a while. There's more to it than that. Like, the old man being connected with the magic dungeons? Sure, I can believe that. The whole commanding dragons thing is where it kind of takes a jump. And I'm not really sure I follow that jump. Sire, when you put it that way, it definitely answers many questions. Ah, but there's more. While I was investigating Mount Fiery, I saw the old man. Mount Fiery? That old man? In spite of the dangerous conditions there, he went through without ever being harassed by monsters. After a while, I found myself all alone without my guards. I thought I was doomed. Fortunately, Torneko happened to come by and guided me to safety. The old man? I lost sight of him. He must have gone even deeper into Mount Fiery. Beyond Mount Fiery lies the Lost Forest. Torneko, the Lost Forest has turned into a magic dungeon. You're the only man capable of going into the forest. Would you go into the Lost Forest and arrest that old man? He's not gonna be there by the time I get there. With how much time I spent bringing you back here, or with your slow ass. Yeah, we ain't making it in time, but sure, I'll try. You will go? You have my gratitude, Torneko. Torneko can now enter the Lost Forest. Hooray! Joyous day. Now, let me take a look at my list and think for a second here while the ads are running and decide whether we want to just finish out today with this, or do I want to change to one of the other things I had lined up for today. Because as it stands, if I just play this for another hour or two, we'd basically be done for the day. But it's only going to get nastier from here, and I'm not sure I'd be able to consistently get through. But at the same time, that's also where it gets more interesting, so it... Looking at what else I have lined up, I don't think any of the rest of it would guaranteed last more than like an hour or so. So I think, yeah, we'll just finish out today with Torneko, and I may just do a variety day in the future to cover the other ones. I think that's the fairest way to go about this. Is initially, I'd only intended to do an hour or two with this game, and then I went the extra hour, which threw off my entire plan. Because at that point, it was then going to be like an hour of this, an hour of that, an hour of the other thing, and then it would work out reasonably. Doing an hour of one or two things just doesn't appeal the same way. So we'll just carry on with this then. It also means I don't have to do all the extra bookkeeping on the back end at all. We did not get any money out of that dungeon because we got robbed over and over again. Actually, I'm betting I need to pull money out of the bank in order to pay the carpenter. So we'll pull 6K out in case there's also other things we can spend money on, because we still haven't gone to see the baker either. Because I presume he sells bread. Oh, when your deposit reaches certain levels, you'll earn some lovely gifts. Your deposit has reached 5,000. You've earned a gift. It's already been over 5,000, you fuck. I received a joy. Oh, your next gift is when your deposit reaches 10,000 all told. Fine, fine. I will look forward to your next visit. My deposit's already over 10,000, you jackass. So here's what we're gonna do then. We're just gonna withdraw 1 so he realizes that there's the 10,000 in there. Or not. Wait. There we go. Your deposit has reached 10,000! You've earned a gift. World Leaf. Next gift is when you reach 30,000 all told. So Joy is a guaranteed level. What's a World Leaf? It's a revive. Neat. Well, I know what I'm bringing into the next dungeon I go into. Interesting that it skipped the usual go home scene on this one. I would really like to meet the person who obtained the joy chest. It's almost like you're talking to him right now. He must look incredibly mean. He must also be huge with arms like logs. Well, part of me's built like a log, but, you know. That's what that person must be like. Are you stupid? I'll give you a hint. Yes, you're stupid. I heard about you. You rescued His Majesty at Mount Fiery? Where can I find a husband like you, Torneko? Well, first you gotta find a really fat man. Then you gotta hope he's a merchant. And then you gotta get the extra roll of the slot machine that he also goes out and kills monsters. Who built the joy chest and why? And why was it left in a magic dungeon? It's one big mystery. Well, clearly it was abandoned in a magic dungeon in the hopes that somebody finds it and brings it to a village where it starts ruining everything. That seems like the obvious answer. Let's store some of these big breads. I see no reason to sell those off. But we will sell basically everything else. Because I'm betting I can only take 2 items into this one with me as well. So we'll take the weapon. Actually, I should probably hang on to the heal pot too. We're actually reaching a point where hanging on to stuff starts to matter. Let's put these... Actually, no, we'll keep the World Leaf and we'll go ahead and put the sword away. The sword will be great in case things go sideways. Go ahead and upgrade the storage again. I'm surprised he isn't increasing the price at all. It's just 1,000 each time. Remy's magic shop just opened. It's the shop beside the graveyard. Very good. Let's go see that, because that sounds like it could be very interesting. I'm assuming it sells probably scrolls and staves. My husband calls himself an explorer, but monsters and dungeons always clobber him. So we're always scrambling to make ends meet. I should get him an iron safe. How would you afford it if you're only able to make ends meet? There was a fellow who refused to pay here. Remy got angry and cast a spell on the fellow. It wasn't pretty. Ugh. Welcome to my shop. I'll be happy to serve you. Oh, you sell iron safes. An iron safe costs 2,000. If you have this, you won't lose your money if you're knocked down in a dungeon. Would you like one? Sure. Thank you. Well, is there anything else I can do for you today? You can also give me levels. How much does it cost for a level? Okay, sure thing. Remy's magic will make you strong, Torneko. With the amount of gold that you have, I can raise your level to 4. Okay, so it's 1,000 per level. Just raise me 1 level. Okay, I'll level you up to 2. It will cost 2,000 gold, though. Is that okay? Oh, Torneko, you look so manly. Monsters will be easy pickings for you now. Well, is there anything else I can do for you? No, I'm done here. Oh, leaving so soon? Please drop in again. That's a promise to keep. About now. So where is the place where we buy the magic bread? Oh, he's just standing in a field over here in the square. So you got bread, huge bread, and magic bread. You know what? I need to know what magic bread does. Slightly relieves hunger. It may have other effects. Good. Good. It really is drug bread. Joyous day. I'm so glad that that's exactly what that is. Well, let's go back to our house and drop off the drug bread and probably the safe as well. I wasn't sure if the safe was just like an upgrade or if it was going to be something that took up space in the inventory. Since it takes up space in the inventory, I don't want it. His hanging on to money has been the least of our worries. Because the magic bags just keep stealing it from us anyway. So we'll go ahead and drop off all of our money. We have no need of it anymore. You know, that blacksmith didn't end up doing anything else either. I would have thought he would have established a shop somewhere where we could buy weapons or something. Okay, apparently I didn't hit the restriction here. Maybe there wasn't as much a restriction. Maybe I could have carried 3 things into here. Maybe I should have tried to bring the joy plant too, just for the free level. Welcome. Oh. So what's the deal here then? Thank you. What? So how does... Oh, it's a shop. Okay. I presume you could steal things. So bread is 100. Super herbs are 400. Sap staff is 2,000. Leather shield is that. You know, your shop's great and all, but I don't need any of it. I get jumped the second I walk out of your shop. Really is a good thing I have this shield. This would be a bad situation otherwise. But man, am I wishing I kept that sword right about now. This whole going back down to doing single-digit damage is just sad. Interesting room layout here. I don't want to go down yet because I can grab money. Now we'll leave. Well, that's convenient. Oh, great, mandrakes. Oh, it's an onion, apparently. And it's just running now that I punched it. You know, under other circumstances, I might have felt bad. But looking at that thing, I don't know if I feel bad. Oh, great. I'm glad you can re-trip over the same rock there, Torneko. Way to go, bud. Proud of you. Yeah, I could use a nap. This is fine. Interesting that the onion was just running back and forth over here. But as soon as we got up, it just zoomed off. Huh. Pop. There we go. Also was not worth any experience. But it dropped bread, so I guess that's what you chase those for, is food? I guess it is an onion creature, so... makes sense. Here we go, level 4. Another weird-shaped room, but this time with nothing in it. Disappointing. If Mount Fiery was any indication, I'm going to assume this place is going to take us most of the remainder of today to get through. Just because I'm assuming it's either as long, if not longer. And despite bringing a really powerful shield in, there's still an entire reality in where we die. Oh, this room would be annoying to fight something in, because you can only move diagonally in the left half of it. You know, for all that this is a forest, with all the water scattered everywhere, I'm really starting to think it's a swamp. Gotta say. The onions just running into the distance actually is getting to be pretty funny. Oh good, I can't see properly, so now things look like different things. What the? Fuck you. Someone was hit for 9 damage. Someone was defeated. Someone was defeated. Huh. Oh, it's a shop. I'm glad I didn't actually punch that one successfully. I don't know what any of these things are. Panic. Herb. Sleep. Outside. Tractor arrows. Super herb. Blade shield. Tie down. And more tractor arrows. I'm glad I can just get assaulted in the shop. Just in case he gets upset because we fight in the shop, let's just walk outside before we kill this man. There we go, everything's back to normal. I don't know if I want tractor arrows. I like the idea of having a ranged attack available, I just don't know if tractor arrows is the way to go. I have this sneaking suspicion. Yep, drags the targeted monster back to you. That's what I figured. That seems like the opposite of what you want if you're shooting at something. I mean, I guess technically it would be useful. Actually, yeah, let's go ahead and... Oh, okay. So let's get that. Yeah, we have to give him the money when we go to leave, then. We'll buy those two and that. That'll be 1,200. Is that okay? Yeah, thank you. This is a reasonable sort about it. I'm assuming if I put the stuff down, he would also get out of the way. That's common for this type of game, for the merchants to behave that way. That wasn't there before. Or did we just not step on that exact tile last time? Well, guess we're seeing priests and flowers some more. As I continue to punch the priests. There's jokes on this game if they think I'm gonna not punch just because there's a priest in front of me. If anything, in some cases, that might actually prompt me to be more likely to punch. The hell is this? Okay, not being misled didn't help at all. That son of a bitch. Just instantly get misled again. Why does he stick his tongue out when he slides around? Or is that just him with his mouth open? I can't really tell. We're already in hunger mode, so go ahead and just eat the big bread. It'll be fine. We still have the other bread to balance it out. Where's the stairs, though? Oh, because we were misled, we couldn't see the stairs. Okay. I guess that's how people get lost in this forest. Is the misleading gas just screws up their perception of everything. That's not what I meant to do, but I'll take it. If they had both stayed together and kept fighting me, we were in trouble. Fucking rocks. Now you get back here, you little shit. You started this fight. That was not worth doing, but it made me feel better. There's another one behind me. Thankfully, they don't really seek out a fight. That's only a good thing because they do a lot of damage. Otherwise, I'd be all about hunting them down because they're worth a decent bit of experience. Oh, good. Let me guess. This is going to lead to nothing. Oh, no, it leads to a shop. There's a weapon in this shop. Can I afford it? Club or gold sword. Wish I knew more about how valuable a gold sword is. Sir, why is there a trap in your shop? Dragon shield. Oh, damn. You got some good wares there, bud. I'm tempted to pick up the gold sword and see if I can kill him with it, but I'm pretty confident that it won't work. It's a pity that I can't sell him things in order to be able to afford the stuff he's got. Sap, Iron Eyes, Sap, Joy. I think I'll take the Joy and the Club. Because the Club might be better than just a basic Club. So with how much it's worth, I'm going to assume it probably isn't. Oh no, it's a Club +3. I took a gamble and worked out. 5 ain't great, but it's better than nothing. And by a long shot. And I'll eat that Joy herb after we gain our next level. Because I'll have a guarantee that we're not, like, almost about to gain a level. That is, of course, as long as I remember. I do like that they have new mechanics per dungeon, more or less, because, like, that shop hasn't shown up anywhere else. Well, so far. But we're getting traps now after the area where traps first started showing up. So now more than likely shops will start appearing in any dungeon we go to after this one and things like that. Which, you know what? That's an interesting question, actually. Hang on. No, this game's actually not that long. Relatively long, but not crazy long. It is, just to get straight through it, 12.5 hours. The main and side for it is a little crazy at 41.5 hours, so there must be like a lot of extra shit you could do. Like maybe completion is like collecting everything or some nonsense like that. But at 12.5 hours, we might actually see about finishing this. Obviously not today. A 12.5 hour game is not happening today. But this does convince me to put it in the consideration pile for the future. Because I was looking for something that would last a little bit to do for, or a week by week thing again. And something that's 12 hours, if we take today as the starting point and go for like 4 and change hours, then it would be 3 sessions like that and it would be done. As long as we don't get stuck. Okay, we just gained a level. We're gonna lose that 12 experience, but that's fine. There we go. This way we maximize the benefit of that joy. Shop. Welcome. Blinding, dance, blinding, super herb, big, copper sword. I could buy a sword upgrade. Do I think it's worth it? What else am I doing with money, though? Yeah, fuck it. We might get lucky again. Eh, copper +1. So we went up 1 attack for 700. That was, in fact, not worth it. But it's fine, because we at least still have a slightly stronger weapon. Interesting, if there's an item there, you don't slide. I'll have to keep that in mind. Because what that means is we can do tricks like throwing items onto those platforms. So that we don't have to worry about sliding. Dispose of the Hammerman. Get back here. I want the experience out of you. And money. I'll take money. Now that I actually have a reason to use money in the dungeon, money has suddenly become at least a bit more interesting and useful. I can't really say it's a big deal still, but it's better than nothing. Okay, so that's everything this floor had to offer us. Which really isn't much to say, honestly. This floor just didn't have anything interesting going on. Hopefully this dungeon takes a turn for the interesting soon. Give me your experience, Pillow Rat. Apparently I've set off a small army because I said this floor was boring. Joke's on them. Their small army all was worth a level to me, and that's it. The fuck is this thing? Krabbus. Understood. It is a 3-hit kill. And it looks just generally very upsetting. At least you can't lose the things you're holding when you trip over a rock. Like, imagine if you dropped your equipped weapon, if you tripped over a rock, and there happened to be enemies in the room. Some kind of carrot demon? Dance veggie. Okay. I was not entirely wrong, and I kind of wish I was wrong. Okay, we're getting hungry, so bread. We might actually end up having to deal with hunger as a major concept here, or in this dungeon, because we're just not getting any bread this time. Oh, these demons are back? Oh, boy. Well, this is a problem. Nom 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 nom. I was gonna put him to sleep, but I'm like, he's only gonna take one more hit, it's fine. And I was gonna put this one to sleep. But at this point, to hell with it. Because we get 2 hits to their 1. So they usually only get 1 hit in before we can kill them. And we can just walk that damage off. Who knew that the gym teacher's advice would pay off in a mystery dungeon? Just walk it off, it's fine. They cut off your arm, just walk it off, it's fine. Snapped your leg in half and now it's sticking out of your head? Nah, walk it off. I know it's hard to walk it off with one leg, but you'll figure it out. Just get hopping, it'll be okay. Rub some dirt in it. That sure is a sleeping animation those things have. I hope we find another shop now that I have a bunch of money. He says, knowing full well that now that he has money, we're not going to see another damn shop. Of course, that room I passed up might have been a shop. Krabbus. Oh good, a warp trap, but it didn't warp me. We take those. So I almost would have rather warp away from the Krabbus. Okay. Oh, it can attack you while you're dancing. That's rude. And I can't throw herbs or anything while I'm dancing. It'd be a real shame to die dancing. But he can just keep me infinitely dance-locked. Aha! The World Leaf saves the day, though. Fuck you. That's a real upsetting way to have to end up using the World Leaf, though. Goddamn infinite stun locked by dancing. Guess we know why they're called dance veggies now. Wish I didn't know. Oh, great. There we go. Goddamn bear traps. At least it didn't hurt. It just stuck us in place. I think the turtle teleported. I should not have attacked in that situation. There we go. That's a better situation. Let him burn his one move to get closer. There you go. Oh, now there's wyverns. Very bird-like wyverns. Which almost killed me because I just kind of autopiloted there for a second. What does a weed do? It's just a weed. Well, you know what? Hey, fuck you. At least it did damage. I'll give it that. I wasn't risking him hitting me. Ooh. Oh. Every time we see a room that's this exact size and shape now, I'm gonna be excited for a second and then immediately disappointed, I think. I'm gonna keep thinking it's a shop, and then it won't be a shop. You know what this is? It's a great room to sit here and heal in for a minute. There we go. Because we had a great view of the only way in. And I'm about to lose all that health again because these wyverns hurt a lot. No, actually, he died quickly this time. Did I miss that many swings on the last one? Really wasn't paying attention to the combat log for that, I'll be honest. Oh wow, got good rolls on that one. I think the next level's at 1,000? So much money. Game, please give shop. I said shop, not wyvern. I will accept level. Level is good thing. Look, just because I said I had a lot of money didn't mean you're supposed to steal from me, game. Rude. It's bad enough that the game practically stole a world herb from me. I didn't want to let him potentially get up and sneak up on me. Well, guess we're staying in this room, because I ain't walking out there without knowing what I'm fighting. No, thank you. At the rate things are getting more dangerous, that would be a disaster waiting to happen. Bloody hell. Traps everywhere. You know, I'd almost rather go back where all the landmines were. Because at least the landmines only did half my health. They were guaranteed to be a set problem, and then you move on. The rest of this mess is a problem. Oh, and then there's this demon. Oh no. No, 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 no. Oh, you can move. Okay. So what I should try to do then is move away when they make me do the endless dance then. Okay, now we know how to solve that. Now I feel stupid for not trying that when we were in that hallway with the other one. But I just assumed it was gonna be something you couldn't do anything but just do the animation they were making you do. But that's what you get for assuming. You get dead. Let that be a lesson. Don't assume anything. You will be punished for your assumptions. Okay, floor 10 is not over. Okay. As soon as I saw the all equipment removed message, I was like, please tell me that doesn't mean that they're gone. Because that would have been devastating. But it just being unequipped, that's fine. It's absolutely fine. We can get out of that situation just fine. Yeah, we are getting hungry, so I need to start like going down the floors faster. We are gonna end up in a desperate situation here soon. Oh, you son of a bitch. And of course it worked on me this time. Let me out. My hunger. Like, the crab walking up on me while I was stuck wasn't even a concern. It's a shop. And there's no food in this shop. Okay, good. I'm glad I have more misleading gas sprayed on me. Wind shear. That sounds like something I want. Sap staff, warp, super herb, regular herb, antidote, joy. Okay, good. I thought it was gonna force me to attack him because I couldn't identify him anymore. Really? That doesn't do as much damage as I expected. Oh, strikes 3 spaces in front, though. You know what? Worth it. Down the stairs. Oh, it's not 3 spaces forward, though. It's 3 spaces horizontally. Damn it. I thought I finally had a ranged attack that wasn't an arrow. Hork. Oh no, the Hork is rusting my things. Oh, they also get back up. Quit rusting my shield. Oh, never mind. The skeleton knocked the shield out of my hand. He actually helped. So he removed all of the pluses that this shield had. So we're now down to 9 shield instead of 11. Not the worst thing that could have happened, but still sad. Another shop. Copper sword, that's a little more expensive. Agility, super herb, trade spot. Ow. Switch places with the monster. I thought it was gonna, like, open up a shop that I could sell things at in the dungeon. I was like, wait, what? I'm curious that this copper sword is a little more expensive, but I'm not curious enough. I will buy the agility thing, though. God damn you, Skeletor. Yeah. Yep, I am now starving. Temporarily doubles your speed. Actually, that might not be a bad idea while we're starving. Because I'm assuming that'll be more turns before the hunger actually takes effect. Oh wow, that doesn't last very long at all. Well, Berserker. Look at this guy and his fancy spinning moves. And he's just as dead. We're still gaining health. Oh, no wonder, because we're not actually starving yet. We have... Oh, wait! The herb gave us a little bit of food, actually. Yeah, now every step we're taking hunger damage. Okay. So we'll eat the healing herb here in a second. I'm glad the herbs actually count as food, even if they're not much food. I'm tempted to go back to the shop, actually, and just buy out the rest of his herb stock, just so we keep our stomach at bay a little longer. Especially since we don't have any other healing items. We may as well just leave this floor. Maybe 12 is the end of this dungeon. Nope, it's the interrupt. Which means there's a lot more dungeon left to go. Hooray! That's a bad sign. That's what we're dealing with now, huh? And I don't have an outside, I only have a quick save. Oh, good, and now we're confused. My shield got cursed. Shaman called for help. Oh, the Berserker doesn't care, though. He attacked the... Oh, fuck me. Shaman's dead, but I'm gonna starve to death. Never mind. We lose no matter how that went. Oof. No, I will go back home. That's our first loss without me just going right back in. Because we're gonna go grab the sword. Oh wow, they just take me out of there on a stretcher. Yeah, please be careful and don't overdo things. Got my shit pushed in. Give me my sword and my healing pot. And we'll see if we can take 3 things into the dungeon. Because by taking that Joy Herb in, we can go in at level 2 like we did before. Actually, I might be able to just eat it before we go in. Can I eat it now? No, I can't. Never mind. Don't get me wrong. Yep, you can only take 2 items in. Never mind, we'll put the Joy Herb away then. Because the healing pot will probably be more useful. I am nervous about not bringing extra food in. That might actually be the most valuable thing I could do, is bring extra food. But that dungeon also starts off a little nasty. So I think bringing a weapon makes sense. Apparently, even with that sword, we just did, like, no damage to that guy. So maybe level matters more than weapon. Because we're still getting our shit pushed in, even with an actual sword. Yeah, see, our damage went up by 3 the second we gained a level. So I think you are, like, very heavily hampered by level, if there's a difference between you and your target. Obviously, we don't know what level anything is in this game. The results speak for themselves, I think, on that one. Goddamn gophers everywhere. What is this, a golf course? Tractor arrows. Definitely buying the bread. We've learned that lesson already. A Dragon X sword? What the fuck? Inflicts heavy damage on dragon family monsters. Rude. Buy the herb. I think I'm doing the math right. I think we can afford that. Yep, 800G. There you go. Because that strength up will be very helpful. Nom 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 nom. Because now we just straight up do extra damage. Level 3. Remember, the more damage we do, the less chance things have to hurt us. We don't have our super shield of buffering all of our problems away for the first half of this dungeon. God damn, he's fast. No, not the misleading gas again. I need to stop wasting turns when those are in effect, though. As much as I'm very concerned about the results with those, I need to not burn turns just standing around. There we go, nothing bad happened anyway. But in the, like, 20 turns we would have spent standing around doing nothing, we found a whole lot of empty territory. So what I'm trying to say is it didn't matter. it ended the same way anyway. But we gained knowledge, so there's that. Don't like the fact that this is looping back around without me having gained anything. Because what this tells me is we just wasted like 20 hunger walking around in a giant circle only to find nothing. Which I presume is part of what this dungeon's designed to do, is make you run around a lot. So that you die of hunger. Considering, you know, it's a lost forest. People get lost in it. What happens to people that get lost? Right, they starve. Unless they know how to hunt or something and have the tools available to do so. Love the treasure island that I can't get to there. Love that for me. I assume there's an item that would like allow me to make a bridge or something. That would let me get that stuff. Or like a boomerang or something that would pull items to me. Actually, the tractor arrows might have worked on that. Hey, there's another shop. Yeah, super herb, club, misleader, steel shield, upper, leather shield. That's a very expensive leather shield. Strength. I'm actually gonna take the strength up. Based on the logic of these shields haven't done a huge amount for me, even the crazy strong shield only did so much. We'll take the super herb as well. Now I could have afforded the herb too. It's fine. Flash forward to like half an hour from now when I'm starving to death again. It's like, I should have bought the one herb. Is I anticipate that that's exactly what will happen, much like I regretted not buying all the extra herbs and such in the other shops we saw when I did die. Or when I was complaining about getting bread from one of those onion-os. Basically, it all adds up to a, you know, maybe you should have just not been so upset about getting things that the game decided to not give you them anymore. I do wonder what's the deal with those panels that make us slide. Ordinarily, something you slide on like that would be ice, but why the hell's there ice in a random forest? Doesn't make sense. And if it's glass, who's putting just glass panels that are slick enough to slide on around in here? Like, I would actually be more inclined to think they are glass because of the edges of them. But I just don't know. It's just strange. What a weird world we're in here. I mean, I suppose from the development side, it's just sliding funny, so they put slidey things in. I'm glad he spent too long pondering whether he was gonna screw my whole day up. Rather than just going for it. Okay, good, he died. That was a critical hit, too, so if I hadn't crit him, I might have been in trouble there. I also forgot to eat the strength herb that I got. While we're a little bit hungry is probably a better time to eat that anyway. This way we can eat the regular bread instead of the big bread. Still end up pretty decently satiated. Thinking about it, if every action you take increases your hunger, which actually we can test that. We have 64 now. Yeah, it used a hunger to hit him. My strength. But yeah, if every attack uses hunger, then a weapon is actually your best choice out of weapon and shield for getting through these dungeons, arguably. Is the weapon means you drain less hunger on your way through the dungeon. You just need to manage your health so that you don't die. Maybe from there.
Hello there.
Hey there, Callista, how's it going? And of course, the decreased amount of hits it takes for you to get rid of enemies also means you take less hits. So yeah, I think the weapon is just the better choice in this game. Ooh, nice. Hopefully the writing's been going well. Meanwhile, I've lost 2 strength now and I have no antidotes. Unfortunate. But, on the bright side, we had buffed our strength, so we're just back to normal strength, really. Go, another mummy down. Well, now we're past normal strength. We're down below it now. The game heard me. It did not approve of me being unbothered. So it just sideswiped me right out of my lane. Sounds fun, sounds fun. Ack. Oh, that's... Nope, nope. Don't let the pillow rat kill me. That will be very embarrassing. There we go. That time I had enough health to fight it. Wouldn't mind finding a shop right about now, game. As the game once again does not provide. You know, I really don't need a shop. A shop would suck so much right now, game. Would be the worst thing. I would be really angry. And the game remembered what would actually make me angry, which is another one of those stupid trick bags that steal my money. Then it gave me the shop. Twist the knife harder, why don't you, game? Not that I could have afforded any of those fancy things anyway. Even without losing my money. Oh, we're definitely buying the bread after what happened last time. I don't see any reason to bother buying the copper sword. Sir, if you would get out of the way. So I could kill this man. Thank you. And then he goes back to his normal position. Okay. I wondered how they were going to handle that since I was standing where he would normally have to go. So they found a way to make the shop really not work out for me there, but it's fine. We will live, probably. Oh good, now I don't know what I'm dealing with, except I do know what this is, because it's a crab. Oh, I think the super herb cured the misleading gas. Huh. The more you know. Didn't cure my strength, though. But, you know, take what you can, and when you can. Can't have shit in this forest. Like, oh, hey, from within the fog, your money's gone again. Haha! Like I'm playing goddamn Dokapon Kingdom right now. Everywhere I turn, I'm losing money. I did not intend to hit the Yeti. I just want that to be known. That was not the intention I had. But now we have a problem. We have a very big problem. Never mind, we don't have a problem anymore. We're dead. Dead people don't have problems. So, the thing that happened there is I directed Torneko to aim up. Didn't realize that it didn't take the input. So when I swung, I hit the Yeti, setting them all off, instead of attacking the crab like I intended to. Well, this dungeon has now officially gone worse than the last one, where we have failed twice. And I have no reason to go back to town, really. Actually, I could get a level. I could actually get a few levels if I wanted to spend money. I could also buy magic bread. I could also bring money in order to use it at the shops. That might actually be a clever idea. Actually, yeah. Yeah, that might be the cleverest idea I have. I have a cunning scheme. Bring him in on the stretcher again. So the cunning scheme is we bring the iron safe, and sure, we'll bring the joy herb with us. Why not? Because the joy herb gives us a free level. Now, the iron safe, for those that were here earlier, know that it saves us from losing money when we die. So, if I then bring all of my money, I don't have to worry about losing it. But I then have all of the money in order to buy anything that appears in any of the shops that show up. Now, there is one risk to this. There is one risk still, and that is that those flying money bags could steal a lot of money from me and completely ruin this entire plan. There's also the reality in which I die, like, immediately, which also will thwart this plan. But it's probably the best shot we got at gaining power quickly. And of course, we all know that this is when no shops show up. Or in this case, I immediately get my shit pushed in. If I pause to eat that joy herb, he's going to hit me again. Wow. Wow, I'm glad we just died instantly because we got the worst rolls we could have on all of those fights. I'm so glad that entire plan failed instantly. Wow. This is what I get for not immediately eating a level increasing herb, huh? Yeah, because now the safe's gone. We didn't lose the money, but we lost the joy herb for nothing. This sucks. That was probably the least helpful outcome that possibly could have had. And now we're 2 for 2 on dungeons, killing us immediately as well. Let's buy a new iron safe. And we're basically gonna redo this plan. We'll just go up to level 2 as if we had the Joy Herb. Yes, we're leaving. On the bright side, at least, you know, we got our shit kicked before the ad break ended, so anybody that's watching the ads doesn't know that that happened. Other than, it'll be a little weird that we're back in town. Sure, let's bring the magic bread with us, too, because we have an empty space. Man. What a day, what a day. What a difference a level makes, too, because we just one-shot that gopher immediately. So, to anybody that missed it because of the ads, I'm just gonna be honest with y'all, we died immediately. I went and bought a new iron safe while y'all were stuck in ad land. And we're basically just trying again. So it's not looking great, considering the way this is already going. Are you fucking kidding me, game? What the hell is happening here? Why am I getting dogpiled immediately now? What am I supposed to do with that? A genuine question. What are you supposed to do with that many enemies when you have no items? Like, obviously, the better choice would have been to run sooner. Or, like, run down the stairs. But that would have just put off the problem. That wouldn't have solved anything. Fuck me. I have nothing left in storage that'll change anything. I could spend some of this money to gain more levels before we go in again. I don't really want to spend the money on another iron safe, because I'm starting to think that those iron safes are cursed. Like, me just carrying those is attracting hell to my doorstep. You know what, to hell with it. We're going back in. I don't care if I lose the money. I've just hit the point of I don't care. The game can't hurt me if I don't care. I shall shield myself with apathy. There's something behind me. Oh, great. There's something else as well. There we go. There's our first level. Let's just wait a second and get our health back before anything else can happen. Oh, it's one of the onion guys. That's what spooked me. You know, game, I'm carrying a lot of money. It'd be great if you gave me something other than money. Just a thought. You know, just crazy idea there. Giving me something other than money. Okay, thank God, a shop. Which has no weapons in it. Well, at least there's a world herb, I can afford it, so I can get it at an extra life. Just give me all of your herbs. Buying your drugs out. There went all of my money, and I don't care. It's at least giving me tools. Fuck's sake. The game is really just all in on the you can't have nice things. This is not allowed. Learn to accept your lot in life. Because literally all I would have needed was there to be a weapon in that shop, and I would have been happy. It wouldn't even have to have been a good weapon. It would have just had to have been a weapon so that the plan was validated, instead of the plan having proven to be completely worthless. Which, the plan has been, like, 50% validated, I would say. Getting the World Herb, which is an extra life, is still huge. It's just not what the goal was. The intent was to buy, like, a dragon sword or something ridiculous that, because we saw those in the shop when we had no money. But the second we could afford them, they don't exist anymore. They just get written out of the code once you're over a certain threshold, I swear. Shenanigans all up and down. But that's how it be. That is this genre in a nutshell. Okay. You get paralyzed. I was hoping to hit him while he was still asleep. On the bright side, the mole was already asleep too. Gopher, mole, doesn't matter. So the one we paralyzed just got to watch all of his friends die while he couldn't do anything about it, and now he joins them. There we go. Real shame for that guy, but you know what? Fuck that guy. I may or may not be slightly on the warpath at this point. Remember, I'm fueled by spite. And this game has given me plenty of reason to have spite right now. This, at the end of the day, really makes me the most locked in I've ever been with this game. There we go. Where was this earlier? Actually, let me... how much bread do I have? I have 3 pieces of bread. I don't think I need to buy a big bread. Misleader, paralyze, binding, another strength, give. If I had the money, I would buy one of these other world leaves, but I don't have the money for that. What is with you and your damn tractor arrows? Where's the iron arrows that we had before? We had them in literally one dungeon and never saw them again. Yeah, now we have some damage behind us, so now we can actually get rid of problems. Guaranteed, instead of having to punch and pray we don't get a low roll. Now I'm really able to go on the warpath. Oh no. On the bright side, at least that means you're getting really into your writing. On the downside, you really do need to take a break. You gotta make sure to take breaks while you're doing anything. I say, having on a few occasions gotten so absorbed in an art piece I was working on that I spent like 6 or 7 hours working on it and didn't think of literally anything else that entire time. But you know, do as I say, not as I do. Goddamn rocks knocking out all my inventory. I also forgot to eat that strength herb, so really that rock was helpful in that it reminds me I have the strength herb. Yeah, I figured that would just get the immediate mood reaction. More bread, and another shop. Which has a copper sword, zombie X, blowback, another strength, I'll take that. Eye drop, iron eyes. I'll take a life herb as well, because that increases my max health. There you go, here's your 700G. Now let me out. With all this stat buffing, you'd think we'd be safe. But I have a bad feeling that the other shoe's gonna drop, and it's gonna be a steel-toed spiked boot right on my forehead. I just have a bad feeling about this. That is the amount of distrust I have for this game at this point. And it's just like, you know what? It's being nice, and that means bad things are coming. Because when we found that fancy wind in sword, we got screw jobbed like immediately after. Oh, there's the beginning. There goes some of that strength. It's turning around. Gonna do it to me again. I can tell. I know how this game goes. You. I mean, on the bright side, at least I didn't have the big pile of money anymore. So even if he robbed me, it wouldn't have mattered nearly as much. But still, speaking of spite fueling me, I have an immense amount of spite towards those goddamn money bags. The amount of money they've stolen from me over the course of this game. That's just gonna lead back to that room, so that path is almost certainly useless. Unless there's a really small room in between, which is unlikely. Meanwhile, on the line of unlikely, didn't expect it to be a completely useless path. Fuck this floor and everything it stands for. Oh hey, I found a trap by swinging at that spot. Convenient. Oh. Eat big bread. You get back here. No. You get back here, pillow rat. I need the XP from your body. Joke's on you, I'm immortal. I'm so upset that that's what goddamn killed me, but you know what? I deserved that for chasing him down. That put me in a bad tactical position. I knew that, and yet I risked it anyway. So I will say... I will say that if I didn't have that world old flower thing there, you might have seen a stream end screen very abruptly when that happened, because boy oh boy would there have been some major egg on my face, and I think that would have been the straw that broke the camel's back today. Just would have been, nope, we're done, I'm out. That just proves to me that it's like, nope, that is the end. Everything about this is unfortunate. There we go, the pillow rat is confused. Yes, get him. Oh no, but that leveled the pillow rat up. Is that? Yes, that does give me the experience. You know what? That worked out. So, boy oh boy, did they really try hard to kill me there. They sent so much shit after me. The all in one pile. Yep. That didn't work. We are really in an awkward position here, though, with the amount of health we have. Especially since my only path is to either step on those spikes and take 10 damage, or go all the way around the entire map to go to the exit that's to the right of us. And if I take the 10 damage, that pillow rat will kill us. But we're getting pincered now, because that's what the game's doing, is it's spawning enemies behind me to pincer me into this bad situation. Remember what I said, the game is going to find a way to screw me? Yeah, I wasn't kidding. And they're also dancing just out of reach the entire time. Look at this shit. Joke's on you. course, this one's gonna keep dancing out of range, but that's fine. I just wanted to get rid of the other one so I could regenerate enough health. But look at the fact that they just keep spawning more monsters. There's just more and more and more. Thankfully, he's still running, so we don't actually get screwjobbed immediately. And I'm just not dealing with the other two. I'm just out of here. Oh, that was gonna be a misleading gas trap, I think. Because they seem to be consistent with what the image is for those. If I go sliding on that, he's gonna grab money out of my pocket and laugh at me and leave. He can stay there. Just not fucking with that. Just ain't worth it. Speaking of ain't worth it, dealing with these big shrooms, never worth it. And yet here we are, doing it anyway. Still, we're recovering. Everything is looking up for us for the most part. It certainly ain't over yet. Now that we have a weapon again, there's still plenty on the table for us here. We just gotta be somewhat cognizant of our situation. Case in point. That could have been a disaster if I owned it wrong. The fact that you immediately moved forward is a problem. If he rolls high, we're in trouble. If I move to the left, he may still hit us. Nope, he moved. Okay. Now we've got enough cushion, we should be okay. Or, you know, we can just crit him immediately and all of those calculations were for naught, but I'd rather my calculations be for naught right now. Oh. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad I did all of that for a path that led nowhere. Game, why are you like this? Why must you vex me so? Now back to the nightmare of the dance veggies. Oh, there's the Yeti meeting again. Let's just not fuck with them. We learned from last time that you don't fuck with the Yetis. No matter how much I'm curious to see if I could kill them now that there's no interference, still not that interested. They do 9 damage each, and there's 4 of them and 1 of me. Oh, I have to get past them, though. Good. Good. Gold sword, steel shield. Now the smart man would probably take the steel shield. But what if we took the gold sword? Because I don't know how strong a gold sword is in this game. But with how expensive it is, you would think it'd be really good. But the counterpoint is, if we buy the steel shield, we can also buy some herbs. Actually, yeah, we can buy 1 regular herb, and what was this one? 1 joy. So we'd gain 1 level and have 1 heal if we bought the shield. But we can buy the heal if we get the sword as well. So we'll take the sword. I might be stupid here. This might be a terrible decision. Actually, I'm gonna do a curiosity here. What happens if I equip it? Gold +1. That's terrible. Okay? If I put it back down... Does he just stop worrying about that? Or is that going to increase the amount we're spending? Okay. So we can actually check the item before we buy it. So we're buying the steel shield because that sword is garbage. Let that be a lesson out there, everybody. Try before you buy. Don't just blindly trust a vendor to be telling you the truth. But hey, we have a shield now. Would have rathered a better sword. But I have no idea why the gold sword's so expensive, but such ass. Oh, I can't go past them. I can't squeeze through there. So I actually have to fight the Yetis. Oh, that's horrific. Oh, I have a plan. Do I have a plan? The answer was I technically had a plan, but I did not execute it properly. Yeah, no, I just fucked myself immediately by doing that. Because they're so fast. Well. Oh, and I missed immediately. Great. Great. All of that for nothing. All of that for nothing because they spawned Yetis in a place I couldn't get them out of the way of. Ooh. Told you the game was going to find a way to shoot me in the foot. So what I did wrong there, though, there's one move I made that was incorrect that led to the Yetis being as big a problem as they were. What I should have done was stand further back when I threw the scroll. That way I could have gotten into that pathway sooner. Here's the problem with that idea, though. They move more than one move a turn and still do 9 damage a hit. We were screwed either way. There was no way out of that situation. We had no tools to stop them with. We had nothing. So I can only think of one of two things being true at this stage of the game to get us out of this. A, we have to get very lucky. B, I'm gonna have to go back to a previous dungeon and get stuff and come back. Those are the two things I can see as potentials here. At the end of the day, I think I'm gonna give it one more try, just raw what we have, which will be just a piece of bread. And we hope for the best, and then we'll wrap up for the day. And then I'll make a decision from there. If this is where this is going at this point, I am no longer sure I want to try to beat this game, because they easily could just get even meaner than that. And I don't know if I want to deal with it. Because that is the downside to Mystery Dungeon games, is they can get really, really, really mean. Like just pulling the dirtiest traps on you. And you just kind of have to accept it. That's just the nature of this genre. Some of them just play way meaner than others. And don't get me wrong, like I said, there was definitely a better tactic that could have been done on some of the earlier bits to that would have gotten us out of some of the scrapes we were in. But that Yeti one was just done and dusted. There was nothing for that. That was just an unfortunate spawn, and combined with the fact you can't actually diagonal through doorways, that was just purely designed to say fuck you. So far so good though, we at least gained our first level. Oh good, I missed on the easy opportunity on that thing, huh? Oh, shop. Full of monsters. Hang on, let me get the riffraff out of here, then I'll look at your stock. Eye drop, herb, another gold sword, an herb, life herb, another gold sword. Now it's making fun of me. Take the strength herb, bread, life herb, and a regular herb. It's 1,000 even. Actually, we can afford the other herb then too. Give me that. Because at least with the strength, I, again, can make up for the fact that I don't have a weapon. Those gold swords would have been better than nothing, but for the amount that they cost, it ain't worth it. That's very much a, if I find a gold sword, I'll use it, otherwise, no. Got him. No, he didn't die. I thought I hit that one already. Oh well. I'm not gonna chase him all around the map. They're not worth it. What a roller coaster of emotions this game has been, though. It's like, haha, I finally found a better weapon, and I'm dead. I found better things, and I'm dead again. I'm already on the ground, bleeding. Oh god, I'm dead again. Things can't get worse. Oh, never mind, they found a way to get worse. Just what a day, you know? Is there just like a monster closet in here? Good lord. 4 enemies before I could get through that little hallway. And then we got put to sleep. Good lord. Meanwhile, this entire room is just gas, 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 gas. What the fuck? You know, it'd be great if I... There we go. I was gonna say, it'd be great if I actually remembered where the exit was. I was pretty sure it was over here on the right, but I didn't remember which of the rooms on the right it was. So since it was off the map, it became a question mark. Oh, writer news for everybody. There will be another repo collab next week, including another batch of new faces, as well as some of the regulars that didn't get a chance to be a part of the last one. Now, there's no guarantee of which day that exactly is going to be yet. It's looking likely to be Thursday, so it would be quite literally next week. There's a chance it ends up falling on Friday, though. But since I've already primarily pitched it to the majority of the people for Thursday, unless something goes horribly wrong with people's schedules, it should be Thursday. So if that's something you're into, look forward to that next week. I will cover that again when schedule time comes back around. But while it's in my brain, I may as well mention it. There was something else I was going to mention as an upcoming thing, but it has escaped my brain, so we will worry about it later. I do want to do more of these, like, pull out a system and then pick a random game from it days, though. I think these are fun. Because I had looked at this game repeatedly before and just kept never pulling the trigger on doing a stream of it. Until now. So, in order to encourage more things to be pulled in that vein, doing more of those pulls might be the way to do that. I'm so glad I got a low roll and he got a high roll. Look at him go. Look at him just having the time of his life. So when I said I was only doing one more attempt, I had expected to live longer than that. So we'll basically go to the top of the hour unless it goes really badly enough times that we wouldn't make it to that time without it being pain and suffering. This might be a really short attempt here. They're just sending the bird squad to come fuck me up. So I was gonna attack that sleeping one and then just one after another after another. Or just kept showing up. Okay, I can take 2 hits now. Yeah, because he'll wake up before I can hit him. There's the level. Okay. The fog and the darkness effects are both just so bad for me. I keep just getting jacked up from the darkness time and again. But it works out for us sometimes. Oh, that's why he ran back to me. Never mind. I thought it was because he couldn't see. No, it's because there was a monster blocking the way. Oh, good. You rolled high again anyway. Welcome in Cyan Sheep. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, there are a lot of good mystery dungeon games out there. This one's just choosing to be a real problem with this specific dungeon right now. Because we're a little shy on resources and I don't feel like grinding. So I'm just kind of beating my head against the wall for the time being. But you know, that's just how these go sometimes. You end up having to kind of bang your head against the wall till you get a breakthrough. I hope you're doing well today. And funny story, actually. Even though I enjoy Mystery Dungeon games, have still yet to get around to doing the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games, either off-stream or on-stream. I keep meaning to do it, and then I just never end up actually doing it. I even have access to them, just keep getting distracted all the time. And I know many people will say that that's a crime, and it really is, based on everything I've seen of them. Just one of those things, there's too damn many games in this world. Of course, now we find a wind shear when I can't afford it again. And a joy. Seal wouldn't be bad. Flamer might actually be hugely useful. Take that in the bread. Part of me is tempted. In fact, you know what? We've been dying so much anyway. I'm gonna try something. Okay. He has a lot more health than that. I figured, you know what? I have nothing to lose now. This is not like we come in with more or less each time unless I go back to town anyway. So I figured I may as well science and see how much the shopkeeper can handle. The answer? More than I could dish out. And he one-shots you. Because for context, I don't think we've seen triple-digit health in this game yet. And he did triple-digit damage. So he's definitely designed as a just, no, you do not mess with the shopkeeper. Which is pretty common. Now and then you'll find a game of this type where the shopkeeper is defeatable. That just wasn't one of them. Super herb, iron eyes, herb. Let's grab the super herb. Even though it's way overkill for the health we have. And we also learned that he's a gargoyle. So I wasn't 100% sure what he was. He was something in that range, but now we know specifically what he is. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's some scholar of this game out there that's like, well, actually, you can get away from the shopkeeper and steal everything he has, but you have to do this weird thing where he gets, like, stuck in a corner. Because, you know, that's such a common thing as well. But it is what it is. We know what we know going into this completely blind, and we will make the best of it from there. Okay, so that closes that loop, and there just really is nothing else to be had. We could burn the hunger, go back down to the shop, and grab at least another herb. But at the rate this dungeon has shops, I'm gonna just trust that there's gonna be another one. And I'm gonna regret having that trust, because when we trusted it and I brought 10,000 gold in to buy weaponry, we didn't get any. But that's a whole different batch of mistrust. Which, I suppose since I'm playing this right now, let me toss this question out there for those listening. And you know, y'all don't have to speak up about it now if you don't want to. But I'm gonna lob the idea of, should I do an entire thing on just a variety of mystery dungeon games? Not saying I'm completing them, just like either doing a variety day of like an hour or two of each one, or just like do a lot of them just in general. Because like I said, I do find them very interesting, and seeing the differences between them, especially taken as an example just the ones made by Chunsoft, just to narrow the field into a more specific line. Would people be interested in that? Would that be something people want to see? That's kind of what I was figuring, but I'm wondering about the wider interest on that. And I'll be putting a wider query out about that before I commit to this idea. Because for my own purpose, I'll absolutely end up doing it anyway. I'm just curious as far as picking everybody else's brain on the matter. Because there's just so many to work off of, and let me see. Just thinking, how many could I immediately pull together without having to work too hard at it? And the answer is, I think at least 10 are quite literally readily available off the top of my head. And that's 10 that would be different enough to be worthwhile. It's like, ignoring this one since we did this one already, I could do a sampling of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games, 1 or 2 Shiren the Wanderers. There is some difference between those as that series progresses, so doing an older one and one of the relatively new ones would probably be interesting. And there's, of course, some more modern indie takes on that genre as well that I've shown in pieces here and there before, but I could do a bit more of a deeper poke at those along the way with that. And there's a demo of one that still isn't out yet that I kept meaning to show people as well, that I could fit into that idea as well. Said as well a lot there, but you get the point. Okay, good, he did die. That was a gamble, but I was confident he would die before we did. Now we can just regen back and probably be okay. Yes, I know. Eep. So you know about that whole regenning thing I said I was gonna do? Nah, we're gonna eat that herb. Or, you know, I'm just gonna miss and that entire herb usage was wasted. That's how you're gonna be now, huh, game? Well, may as well risk it for the biscuit then, because we're dead either way. Yep. Because if I continued walking the other way, unless that pillow rat happened to run away, which I'm pretty confident it wasn't going to because we were weakened enough, I had to hope that the mummy was gonna miss enough we were gonna live that. Another batch of shop expenditures thrown out a window. And this is actually the exact loop that makes me worried about doing that kind of thing, though. Is we can easily end up in a scenario like this where we just kind of don't have anything happening anymore. Like, obviously, there's the tension in each one up to a point. Like, is he gonna manage to scrape through on this one? But some of these are also just such a bygone conclusion because you just get such a bad situation dropped in your lap. Ooh, 2 strength herbs, you say? I'm interested. Grab the healing herb as well, and at least 1 bread. I think I can afford both. I should have walked the other way around. I just don't trust those tractor arrows at all, otherwise I'd try those. And that is also where I'm just gonna immediately find out, like, hey, you know the tractor arrows would have killed most of the things that were hurting you, right? You don't have to worry about the fact that they'll pull them. And then I just die inside. Like, Mystery Dungeon as a concept, I feel like doesn't get enough attention. So it fits perfectly into the kind of thing I do to begin with. And so many of them are just like the just right kind of weird as well. Like, as exasperated it in a comedy way I was getting with the plotline of this game, it is still a lot more fun than your average game as far as that goes. Because it's like, you know, sure, a lot of the situation's stupid, but at least it's funny stupid. We will just have to go into that idea, though, with the full acceptance that completion is, 1, not a likely outcome, and 2, failure is a very high option. But I think anybody that's been seeing how this has been playing out kind of already gets that idea. And anyone who's played a decent amount of Mystery Dungeon stuff will also acknowledge, yeah, failure is always a very big option. Oh, I just got a really, really dumb idea in my head. No. Not doing that. No. No. Is my brain being my brain? I just had the thought, since there's a lot of Mystery Dungeon games that would be valid to use in it, what if I did a Mystery Dungeon shuffler? And the answer is that wouldn't be that good. It would be lacking in the benefit of the comedy value that the shuffler usually has of you getting dropped in a bad situation when you shuffle out of one thing and into the next. because I would always have the perfect time opportunity of like, okay, let me stop, take stock of what situation this game's in when I get there. Not to mention evaluating the amount of time to set for that shuffle would be kind of a nightmare. Because you'd have to give it a decent amount of time per shuffle for anything to happen. Unless you want to walk like 5 steps, shuffle away to the next game, walk 5 steps, shuffle away to another game. It'd just be there. Ooh, an iron +3. This might be the strongest situation we've had so far. Other than that time when I got like 4 strength herbs and then I got screwed. Yeah, Brain had just immediately went, could I shuffle this? And the answer was like, potentially as a bit, maybe, but it just wouldn't be good. I don't think. Because if I thought that worked, I could have pitched that as the... Well, there's the 600 follower special then, is I do an awful shuffle of this type of game, but it's like, no, that just doesn't work. That just becomes extra draining without having any real benefit. Is not to draw extra attention to it or anything, but we are only 3 away from 600. So I do need to figure out something for that relatively soon. And I had tossed a question mark out on the blue sky, I think like a week or so ago when we were already down to like 6 left to go for that. And I didn't really get any pitches thrown at me for that one. God damn it, I walked right back into it because I'm mashing trying to get out of it. Yeah, basically the idea there is I need to figure something out for 600 followers because I want to reward the fact that people are actually following the channel by giving them something special. Problem is, the main things I've been thinking of are mostly things I've already done. It's like, well, either I take something I've already done and I just do something slightly different with it, or I have to really pull something, and I've not succeeded in pulling that something so far. But, you know, pulling something truly unique is always incredibly difficult to begin with. Is truly unique kind of isn't really a thing that exists? Like, it is, but it isn't. Is a unique spin on things always does exist, but something from the ground up being purely unique kind of isn't anymore, because most of this has been going on for too long now for that to be 100% true, if that makes sense. It's like, I already did a solo archipelago, so I don't think I could really do another one of those and have it be particularly interesting, because the uniqueness of that died. And I don't really have anything that would be good to combine for that. There is still some randomizers left I could do that might be unique, but a lot of those aren't big in my wheelhouse, so the results on that could end up being very mixed. Like, it's just a tricky situation on that one. I suppose I could do another crowd control stream. A crowd control stream for 600 could be fun. I just would have to figure out what game to do crowd control of. You know, if you're into that kind of thing, keep that thought in mind, that might end up being something that happens soon. And I know people had wanted to do crowd control for Repo, but I feel bad doing a multiplayer thing with crowd control because I feel like that also messes with everyone else's experience that's in there. And like, obviously, more often than not, you can find people that are willing to fall in that hole. But I feel like that would be something where everyone participating should have access to benefiting from that. And that makes that complicated. Is to be completely transparent and honest on that one, I can pretty much guarantee that there would be an inequity on that. If everyone in any group was doing crowd control at the same time, there would be people benefiting more than others, but also getting hit more than others. So that just ends up being a bit shaky in my mind. Oh good, I'm glad there's a poison trap in the shop. Thief stop. Huh. That would be great if I had any real concerns about that anymore. So I guess it's the leather shield, because that's the only one I can afford. Hopefully it's a plus anything leather shield. Nope. I mean, it's still shield 2. It's still better than nothing. It's just very adjacent to nothing. I also haven't looked at the crowd control lists in a while, so they may have added things that may be interesting to do. So maybe we'll do that for the 600. Maybe I'll do some kind of wacky crowd control thing. So I'm trying to think of what the last one I did was, and that should tell you enough that it was long enough ago that I don't remember. Well, glad we're below normal strength now because of 2 different poison arrow traps and the poison mushroom. I haven't seen a single antidote in this entire dungeon, I might add, no matter how many times we've been in here. Actually, no, I tell a lie. I think we saw one in a shop, like 5 tries ago. But yeah, there's your window into the usual spinning that my brain's doing on these concepts. Like, that is a 1-for-1 representation of what the thought process usually is for these things. Is I go, idea. No, maybe not that idea. Throw idea away. Well, maybe, though. But what about this possible twist on that idea? But what about that other thing? And then this thing over here, too. If I jam these 2 together, is that a thing? No? Okay, throw that away, too. And then half the time I may or may not end up spending a good bit of time rooting through the trash bin where I threw all of those ideas to make sure that I can't still turn something out of that. Basically, it's invariably, it becomes a whole thing. And, like, I know there's some people that would absolutely go for it if I said, like, oh yeah, I'll do an art stream for 600. But I don't think there's that many people that would be all about that. Like, by all means, if people surprise me and are all about that, then, you know, that would be a consideration. But then I would also have to figure out what to do for that, which becomes a whole thing as well. Which, of course, you know, having y'all along for that does mean that information is a constant availability because people can just pitch ideas into the air and see if I grab them, which has its own comedy value to it. Why did I just step right back onto it? The answer? Because I thought it wouldn't go off a second time. You'd think I would have learned from the bear trap that somehow reset itself, that that's not a thing. Just drop me in right next to Krabbus. Okay. See what I mean about there being a lot of shops in this place, though? There's another flame, a super herb. Paralyze. I'll grab the flame. And I probably should grab the super herb just in case. We have a decent amount of bread, so I'm not too worried about being hungry. Son of a bitch. Second, I'm not dancing anymore. Like, I know some people do, like, endurance things for milestones, but I can't think of anything that would stay interesting as an endurance thing either. At least not off the top of my head immediately without some variety of modifying. And I just don't have any good modification ideas off the top of my head for that either. Fucking turtles, man. Overkill to use this immediately, but just to hell with the iron turtles. I like some turtles, but not these. Okay, if he had lived through that, we were gonna die again, and I was just... That would have... We're at the top of the hour now, so... The end of this run is the end of this stream. But of course, in typical last run fashion, of course it's lasting longer than the average. Which is fine. I don't have anywhere to be. I just didn't want to push too hard today. And especially once we'd gotten stuck, it's just like, eh. Getting stuck is sometimes a graceful out. Right, that's why I didn't grab the coin bag. I was like, wait, but there's an item over there. Because I had immediately forgotten about the spikes. And this is guarded by a... Yeah, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen with the other one. But we had less money this time, so I'm like, let's find out if that's what would happen. The answer is yes. Yes, it is. Remember when I didn't buy that anti-stealing shield that I couldn't afford anyway? Yeah. Really can't afford it now, can I? Fuck you, game. Yeah, this is the other obvious reason for us stopping is like, well, what else am I gonna talk about? Because we're kind of just running this same dungeon over and over again now, so it's like, well, I really don't have new information to work off of here, so what else do I talk about? And now we've kind of run through the gamut of current event, so... What do? This is not one of the days where bullshit springs eternal. We just kind of end up with a little bit of dead brain here and there. Which, you know, not the worst thing, but also not optimal content generation when you don't have anything to talk about. Methinks this run may be ending soon. Unless I really just do this, which we have all the bread in the world, so I may as well do that. And then I lose that health again immediately. And that's why I question the value of bothering to do that. Now, the point to that is, though, if I hadn't done that, we would have been dead. So there's that. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why do you keep stepping onto that? Why? At least he's not confused enough that he's like buying random shit or anything. Back and crabs. All I wanted to do was find out what this one item was. And it was worth finding out because it was a healing herb. But still. Shenanigans upon shenanigans. Out of the fog came a big clank of a turtle smashing me in the forehead again. Yeah, I'll also need to look at the upcoming releases too, because I feel like there was something coming out in the next day or two that I was interested in finding out if it was any good. I just cannot place what it was. Because there's a bunch of stuff coming out today and tomorrow, I know that. I just don't remember how interesting to me most of it was. You can point at like any given day of the week and it's like, oh yeah, there's like 7 games releasing today. Any of them any good? Well, that's the way things are at this point, is like there's so many games releasing daily. Which is in many ways a wonderful thing. But also kind of mind-numbing? Is mind-numbing the thing I want to say for that? Maybe. Is it to a certain degree is. Is if you try to keep up with all of that constantly, it can definitely burn you out and it can start to wear you out in general. Because it all starts to kind of just become a slurry of all the same. Even if they're not in any way, shape, or form actually the same. Oh, that's bad. Why did there have to be a sleeping guest trap there? The good news is he was also asleep. Oh wow, the tractor... Wait, did the tractor arrow confuse him? Or did he just happen to be confused because he got moved while he was asleep? I don't know if that's like a layered interaction or if that is actually part of the tractor arrow. If the tractor arrow confuses and that didn't say on there that it confuses, then that could actually be huge. That may actually mean that I was passing up something so good the entire time I was passing up those tractor arrows because it didn't tell me that it confuses. That is a possibility, though. I swear if this ends up being the winning run, I will not be surprised. Now that I think about that, I think that's the correct response, is that I won't be surprised by that being how that plays out. Because the amount of times we've had winning runs on last run of the day is... I don't want to say uncomfortably high, but that's what immediately popped to my mind. I think the more accurate statement is annoyingly high. Because it just proves yet again, it's like, well, when the chips are really down, I can make the thing happen. Just more often than not, I'm too busy messing around to actually do the thing until the chips are down. Oh good, I'm in slide hell. Why don't they slide? It's also interesting how those iron turtles have a nebulous amount of health. Because when we critically hit them for like 16, they die immediately. But if we hit them twice normally for 8, they live. Do they have regen? Are the numbers a lie? The world may never know. You know, there's just something weird there that I'm like, huh. How does that actually work? Well, we may as well buy the steel shield. Because we learned before that steel shields are actually decent. Other than that, the only thing of any value in there is the sleep herb. And I don't have enough money for... Oh, that's bad. I didn't mean to be a thief. You had a teleport trap in your shop. Well, I think that's a good point to end on. I got robbed. I got robbed by being accused of robbing them because I got yeeted out of their shop. You know, I'm happy it ends that way. I'm actually happy that that's how that ends. Because that's at least a funny ending. Like, that's a funny bit of nonsense that they could have pulled on me. Exactly. Imagine if I got away with that, though. Because we were actually close to the stairs, but I assume they would continue to chase even after you go down the stairs. You would have to just somehow escape the dungeon entirely, I would assume, to get away from them. Yeah, no, it filled the area with them. So that's why I'm saying you would either need to be like a step away from the stairs when you land, or have like an outside scroll or something to get away. I just don't know if they would be there waiting for you when you went back into the dungeon or not. Oh god. I just realized, what would happen if they did just continue to spawn every time you went back into the dungeon after that? Oh god. That'd be an awful way to find a unique and different way to soft lock yourself. Oh, that would be terrible. Oh yeah, that would also be great. They just shake you down when you get home. I suppose that would actually be pretty easy to deal with, unless there was something extra to that. 'Cause until I purposely goofed around and more or less threw away the money we had, I had like 10k stored up, so most things you would have bought in the shop, you'd be able to just give them the money for at that point. Could go the extra mile, though, if you go home and they burnt the base to the ground. And you just like get a game over screen because of it. Ooh, that would be a whole thing. Exactly. the perspective shifts and suddenly you're on the other side now and suddenly repo somehow. Wait a minute. Am I repossessing my own things? How did we get to this point? How were we here? Why? That would just get confusing, but it'd be very funny. I'm just looking at my raid target list. Just trying to decide what to do here. You know what? I'd be down for that too. That would actually be a really good pivot for that. I'm one of those people that would be all for goofy pivots like that. I was like, you know what, here, just completely genre shift this game. I just realized the bottom of the screen is a little cut off. You didn't miss anything down at the bottom there anyway. I don't know when that ended up getting cut off, because I had that in the same frame for the longest time whenever I did PlayStation stuff. Okay, no, they're ending, so not going that. Oh yeah, no, it would have to be a one-off. You can't overstay its welcome with something like that. You just have to sneak that in, do the thing, and then it just never is discussed again. It gets to the point where no one believes you when you tell them that this happened. It just becomes one of those schoolyard myths in the game. It would be perfect. I think that would just be really funny. What isn't funny is the amount of indecision I have staring at this list right now, but that's neither here nor there. Give this list a refresh because like 6 people just went live at the same time. I wish it would automatically refresh more consistently than it actually does, but it just doesn't. It's good about removing people that have ended, but it's not good about shuffling in more people. Oh, that's a weird thing to see somebody playing, but not weird enough to draw me into there. That's going to be spoilers for something I don't want to be spoiled on, so we're not going there. I hate having indecision because we have too many choices. And of course, like, since it's around 7 o'clock, everyone is going live now. That makes my decision easier, right? When there's 50 people live all at once, that clearly makes it easy. There's not literally 50 people on my list right now, but you get the idea. There's a lot. So it is somewhat easy to trim because like half of them are playing Repo. The amount of people playing Monster Hunter Wilds has dropped off dramatically, as is no surprise to anyone. But the amount of people playing Repo has not changed. If anything, it's gone up, not down. Which is a great sign for me because of the lobbies I want to run of that coming up, but it's not exactly as helpful as I would like it to be. Because even when I filter down to not playing either of those, I still have a lot of choices. You know what? What are you doing for your special thing right now? Oh, interesting. They've already been going 5 hours, but it is a special occasion, so they might be going longer. Exactly. It's a nightmare to try to parse down. Like, at this point, I'm just gonna flip a coin between two that I've narrowed down to, I think. Because that's just the best position I'm gonna get into at this point. Let's check how long have you been going today. Okay, you're about to end, so you're not the other choice then. Is the way I personally filter this for the most part is, other than people I know I know their schedules well, like, oh yeah, they usually go like 6 or 7 hours or etc. or things like that. I look at people who are like live for more than 5 hours, for example, and I'm like, no, we're not rating that one because they are more than likely winding down soon, TM. And again, they're coming back after having been gone for a while. No, they're gonna be jumpy right now because they're discussing a hate raid that happened to them. Let's not go into that. That could be awkward. This is why I peek ahead as well, because now and then you're gonna have a situation where you're gonna like raid into a real awkward conversation and just it can very easily make everyone involved uncomfortable. It also makes making this decision very difficult. Because there comes a time when you have too much information in your hands. Or in this particular case, I give myself too much information. Now, you know what? We'll just go with my first choice. So I don't think we've sent a raid over there yet at all, and they're doing a birthday thing. It's not actually their birthday anymore, but they're doing like a donathon attached to that. And they're playing some headliners, which is usually pretty fun. So that should all work out just fine. So I'll go ahead and get that queued up. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. This went a bit longer than I thought it would, admittedly, but that's how a lot of these ends up going. They get a little bit swingy as far as that goes. It's like, oh yeah, going long, going short, going long, going short. It is what it is. Tomorrow is similarly up in the air at the moment. Might be a new release, might be I pull something out of my backlog, might be I just pull random idea number 37 that just happens to fall into my lap at that moment. We'll see. Saturday will be Minecraft with the Gremlins some more. That still may get phased to a different day, considering people are falling out of that. We'll see how that ends up playing out. And then, of course, back to Monday, which is another... Actually, no, Monday will be more Sulfur, because we haven't finished that yet. I feel like we're getting close to the end of the available content for that one, so that'll be what that'll be. Then Tuesday is back to Freedom Unite with Pazzy and Vale, and then we'll worry about next week further as we get closer to it. Thank you all again for your time. Be good to Houndorable. She has been very nice anytime I've spoken with her, and I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.